Hello and welcome in. It is Wednesday, 15 July 2026. I'm setting up for the stream tonight. Gonna start out with a pre-show from Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show while I get things going here. Hope everybody's had a great past weekend, and we're gonna get ready to go and start very shortly. Welcome in, welcome in. Everyone, welcome in. All right. For those of you who are just coming in, appreciate you. It's Wednesday night here. So that means we got all three shows getting ready to go. Starting out with Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show, then the show, and then after that we will have Jack Carey coming in, talking about some paranormal intelligence agency stuff. Along with, to finish the night, the Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planetta. Been a good week so far. I hope everybody else is doing well. Switch this over. See how the crew's doing tonight. Should be Doc and Barry in the house. Hey, John, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
All right. Getting everything ready to go here on my end. And, everything's set for the pre-show. So we're good to go.
Huh?
You had a good week?
Yeah.
Awesome.
God, you called me before even my alarm went off today.
Sorry.
Yeah, you called me early.
Well, it's 4:30. Normally I call right on there or a little bit after. Not much.
Yeah. Well, my alarm goes off at 29, and it went off about 30 seconds in. I just didn't have my headphones in or anything. I wasn't quite ready for you, but I got it all now.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Oh. So I got an idea. If Mark Edworthy is down for it,
Uh-huh.
I want to bring him on. I was hoping today, but he hadn't replied to me. I asked him, but have him come on and talk about how a huge English soccer fan he is. He's had season tickets his whole life, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And then start saying it's really a good thing that England lost today, right? Like, even as much as I'm a huge fan, season tickets, died true, Three Lions, all that stuff. Like, I'm very happy they lost because, it's just diversity is our strength, and this wasn't bringing people together. It was kind of tearing apart the country.
Yeah,
And then just go into, like, I've got a bunch of things like the flags, like people were just playing flags, which really is just a very...
Mark would probably get a kick out of that, but Roger will get more of a kick out of it than him. I don't think that he may, but I don't think he really follows sports much. Mark.
Oh, he doesn't have to follow sports. No. I mean, can he do a comedy skit about it though?
But yeah, he could be. I imagine he could. With the way, he does a lot of stuff with Roger, and Roger just rolls over him all the time. I'm like, oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got about 4 or 5 talking points we can get into. But the big one is, to see the flags come down. We've had enough of the flags, for 1 year.
I would do that on a Sunday.
Yeah, and then,
You want me to see if I can get him for Sunday first?
Sure, or just, to let him know I sent him a DM on mine, too.
I will. Yeah, that'll be... Hey, it's David Hogg.
And I can send all the talking points. Hi, David.
Hello.
Let's see. Oh.
Totally ignore Barry. Barry's here too,
Yeah, Barry's here. His mic's not plugged in.
He just can't talk because he's hooking stuff up.
Yeah, he's still hooking stuff up.
Exactly.
Oh, he's talking.
David, Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's alive.
That's not Barry.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark about having Medworthy come on and, because he's British, he's got that real stout British accent with the
right.
And talk about how he's a lifelong soccer fan, biggest England fan there is in the entire world, devastated, but it's also kind of a good thing that they lost today, because there's too many flags. This will we have a reason to take down the flags.
Yes, which they're doing actually. They're cutting down on the flags for fire hazards.
But the rainbow flags
apparently aren't fire hazards. Seriously, it's a fire ordinance. They're cutting down the flags, but leaving all the rainbow flags.
He could bring up the Falkland Islands and somehow this now gives us, another guaranteed decade of undisputed ownership of the Falkland Islands, or we lost that now, and now that's in dispute. So now that's a whole war issue potentially.
Exactly.
Right. There was no victory here at all. At least you guys finished. Let's say they finished third. Hey, third place is still great, right? Third place. No victory, none whatsoever. Right. Nothing to be proud of.
Yeah. Hey, they came in second during the American War of Independence.
Mm-hmm. And he keeps going back to the line, diversity is our strength.
There you go.
And this is tearing apart the country, This is tearing apart the country because...
I understand you lost the soccer game. I don't think we have, mate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. If you can think of any other talking points in there, throw them at me. That's
what
I was reading.
Yeah.
You said
they
won, now that's a Canadian thing, David. The is a Canadian thing. That's not. That's not English.
No, I don't think you have, mate. That's definitely English. That's the guy claiming he'd been stabbed, and they said, no, I don't think you have, mate.
Oh, I thought you said eh?
No. Yeah, I used to tease the guys from Electronic Arts Canada. I said, oh, so you guys are at EA, eh?
I got that after some.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, you're all, Mr. Sucks, you're the one that told me the joke about pulling these Scrabble tiles out to name the country. Yeah.
Canada, yeah.
C-A, N-A, D-A. Yeah. Yep.
That's how they got their name up there in Canada, you know.
That's right, eh?
Oh, sure it is. You betcha. Okay, so colonizer versus colonized.
Oh, there you go.
And the colonized country won, so that's really, on the scale, diversity, right?
Yeah. That's reparations.
Reparations. There you go.
Yep. I didn't even know they were playing today. I thought it was Thursday they're supposed to play.
Yeah, it just ended a little while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Cecilia's watching that now. She just messaged me. She'll be in a little bit.
Cecilia. How's that line go?
You're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence, baby.
Oh, you're just singing the chorus. Everyone knows the chorus. I was trying to think of one of the actual lines, which is, I get up to wash my face, and when I come back, someone's taking my place.
Oh, yeah, she was a whore. Yep, she was. Yep, she believed in that free love hippie shit.
That's a hell of a line for the 70s, though, to play on the radio.
Well, hey, if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with.
Yeah.
There's one. Afternoon Delight. Oh my God, yep.
Skyrockets in sight.
That's it. Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. See, Willie should sing that song. But we'll make it about worms.
Oh man, there you go. I'll be waiting for the. I'll be waiting for the all the MP4s and MP3s for that one, David.
Oh God. Okay, here we go. Next year. Next time in 4 years, we should just have one EU team.
There you go.
Right?
I think we should do it like Eurovision.
Eurovision.
Yeah. Make them all do a pop song, and then the ones that go through then go to the World Cup.
You get rid of the goals altogether, and then you have them just kick the ball around out there, and then the voters can choose who's better at it, who's winning.
Yeah, or just give them 2 minutes to play. Because that's pretty much it. You sit through almost 2 hours worth, and no one scored.
Yeah, and then an hour to vote.
Yeah,
an hour,
perfect.
And 90 minutes of voting. Yeah.
Yeah. It should become a popularity contest. So, was it England and Spain? Who played?
It was England and Argentina.
Argentina, oh. All right.
That's what I was bringing up, the Falkland Islands.
Got it.
Now
that makes much more sense.
Because...
Yeah. Yeah. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Okay, Eva.
That's right.
Oh, you got Milieu too with the chainsaw.
Yeah, there you go.
He slashed the budget for the soccer team.
Yeah. He even gave Elon Musk a giant chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, he didn't give one to Willie because he knew what Willie was going to do with it.
Okay.
Yep.
But he's really the biggest English fan. Keep coming back to that. Biggest English
Okay.
fan ever.
Biggest English fan.
Love England. Diversity is our strength.
Diversity is our strength. You were so diverse, you'd have ranch dressing over there.
Come on, David. You can do an English accent.
You know, I remember telling a British girl that her fake British accent was better than mine.
I don't
He
need a
didn't find
great
it
one. There
amusing.
isn't a sober Englishman on the planet right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Um.
Of course, it's hard to
Yeah,
find
and
a
I
sober
mean, it
Englishman.
doesn't have to go 30, 40 minutes or anything. It can just go like 10 minutes.
Right.
Come on, you can do this. You got it. Let me hear your British accent. Oi, mate.
You know, here's the problem. I've been called out by British people who said that basically I am all over the region when I speak, so they can tell it's
yeah.
all fake. So, you know, my problem is the regional dialect. You know.
Yeah, there
I was
isn't one
embarrassed.
sober Englishman on the planet right now.
Right.
Every Englishman on the planet is wasted right now. So no one's going to hear it from there.
Oh, okay. You sure?
Anyway.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm pretty
I don't
sure
know.
every Englishman
England
on
is
the
almost
planet
all Muslim, and they're not allowed to drink. So,
No, they're not Englishmen now, are they?
oh yes, they are, according to Kiestama.
Uh-huh.
I'd rather discuss Count Binface. Yeah, Count Binface. He's the one.
Hell, Lord Buckethead.
Count Binface. I will build at least one affordable house.
In the shape of a shrubbery.
There you go. You saying need that, old woman?
With big and pointy
Monty
teeth.
Python was fantastic.
Monty Python, yeah, was
With
fantastic.
big and pointy teeth.
Yes. How could you tell he's a king? Well, he hasn't got shit all over him. Yeah.
Now, where Lord Buckethead is, I'm sure that he's surrounded by assholes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Keep firing, assholes! They are making a new Spaceballs, by the way.
They are, with all the original
Are they
people
really?
that are
Yeah,
still
yeah,
alive.
Rick Moranis is even coming back.
Oh, it's gonna
Is
suck.
Mel Brooks still alive?
Yes, he is. Hard to believe it.
Yep.
And he's
Yep.
behind it. Okay, then I'm all for it. Let's go.
Spaceballs 2,
Oh, dude, it's
the
gonna
quest
suck,
for
man.
more money.
It is not gonna be anything like the original.
If Mel Brooks is around, he wouldn't make this without
It's
it
it's
being
still
bad.
Mel Brooks. You know.
I don't think Mel Brooks made anything bad.
No. Nope. Silent movie.
No.
I don't know anybody in Hollywood that's not woke anymore. So I would be surprised if he's not pressured to follow the path. But hey, if I'm wrong, more power to him.
Yeah, he may be woke because he's not making Blazing Saddles 2.
Yeah. No Blazing Saddles too.
No.
I mean,
That ain't
I haven't
gonna
seen
happen.
anything of him I haven't seen anything of him being woke, so it's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
He
did do the History of the World TV show.
I mean, he spent his whole time mocking political correctness, so it would be a complete turn of the page if he did that. But you know
Right.
how pressure is, man.
And he's Jewish, so it's not like he's going to cancel himself.
That's a good point as well.
And he's got one foot in the grave. I mean, he really, what does he have to lose? Just make the
he's-
film. Fuck
I
him,
believe he's
you know?
98 years old, man. He's almost 100.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make the movie and fuck him, man. Who cares what everybody thinks? You know?
Yeah.
Well,
What are
if
they
that's the
gonna do
case,
to
I wouldn't
you?
do Spaceballs 2. I'd do, like I said, Blazing Saddles 2. If you're going to
Well,
go out, go
yeah.
out with a bang. You know.
That's the model.
Or do a remake of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Or movie, Kentucky Fried Movie.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's the Zuckers. That's not.
Yeah, it wasn't him, but it was
Yeah.
probably far the most offensive of them all.
Catholic high school girls in trouble. Oh yeah.
But it doesn't make sense for him to be 98 and his last movie he makes to be a flop. So you're probably right. He might try to make it non-woke. But
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Go out swinging, man. Go out with a big F you to the world. And, you know, Elon Musk has made so many references to Spaceballs in the Tesla company.
Right.
That you almost have to.
Yeah.
He has to be involved in it somehow. You
He
know what
even
I mean?
has the plaid mode.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
they'll time it.
At ludicrous speed.
Bring
Yep.
SpaceX in.
Mhm.
Yeah, ludicrous speed for SpaceX.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like how he's got the Model S, the Model 3, the Model X, and the Y, so it's sexy.
Is that true?
But he
That's
doesn't
true.
have Mega Maid yet.
Not yet. He
Yet.
is working on his little robots, though.
And I wonder if she can. Or
That's
it
funny.
will.
She doesn't look Jewish.
Well, you know.
Pizza the Hut. You're delicious, boss.
Boy.
Oh, I mean, it is a Star Wars spin-off, right? And how many Star
Yeah.
Wars follow-ups do they do? Like 15,
Yep.
20?
Yeah.
So it can't be that hard. Jews in space.
That's it.
They should just
So,
make all the woke Star Wars films. That could be a movie all in and of
Yeah.
itself.
Yep. So one year for the ILM Halloween party, one of the LucasArts teams went as the cast from Spaceballs, and one of the guys went as Princess Vespa's stunt double. So he's a big guy in a wedding dress with a
Yeah.
cigar or whatever. So George is there, of course. So they all pose with a picture with George. So they're standing there, and Princess Vespa's stunt double has got his arm around George. And he said when he walked away, he realized he left a nasty wet pit stain on George. He was so afraid he's going to get fired. They didn't fire him.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't want to be the guy that fired someone because they sweat on you.
Exactly. I do like the one day this guy who survived Columbine, mind you, comes up to me early in the morning, and he's all shaken, and I'm like, Brooks, you okay, man? He's like, yeah, I was outside and I was smoking a cigarette, and George showed up and he started talking to me. It's like, oh, what did he say? He's like, he said this is a nice place, isn't it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we built the Presidio. Yep, I'm doing too many voices. My throat's on fire.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah,
I know what dedication is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Barry, how's your English accent?
Oh, no. No. No.
I said, Jack.
Now, if you did that to Doc on Sunday,
Yep.
maybe, there's a good maybe he could pull it off. You know, but come on. You're really stretching for Barry, all right?
Yep. Come on, Barry. Go.
Oh, wow,
Boy,
Mark.
mate. Diversity's our strength, eh?
Oh. Let me see if he's replied. I barely have enough time to explain it to him right now. There it is.
Brent was live, so I was figuring, maybe I should just call him in.
Yeah, I'm
Nah.
sure he does a wicked British accent.
Be like, hey, it's not the first week
Oh, shit.
of the month.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, get Brett. Brett'll do it. And if he doesn't, just say, what would Iron Mind do?
Stu would have hung up on me.
Yeah, he probably would have.
Wow. Everything was going really good. And then silence. The sound of silence.
Yeah. We're waiting on Barry to do his British accent.
Oh, boy.
Hey, you haven't heard it yet. You don't know.
All right.
Exactly.
I've been practicing the Russian accent. I'd have to hear it though before I would.
Russian
You must
accent.
Russian accent, eh? Look, nuclear vessels.
Okay.
It's not as funny talking English soccer with the Russian, though.
No. Come on, Barry. Fire one up. Just go, oi, mate. Man.
They kind of all blend together when I do it. Yeah, it's a
All
mix
right.
of Australian and a mix of British, and it just doesn't come out right.
Oh, just channel Brad Pitt and Inglourious Bastards. Bon journey.
Yeah. Oh, journey.
Bon journey.
See, Barry, you having problems with your microphone tonight?
Not at all. Why?
Man, you're so quiet.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't even hear you doing your British accent.
Some crazy newbie on Minds is trying to give me crap, and I'm just laying it out like it's like it.
Don't
Joe,
feed the trolls, Barry. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I kind of enjoy it because
Well,
they're so stupid. Like they don't have any kind of an argument. Like you make a reply, and then they reply to absolutely nothing you just said. So
exactly.
it's like
It's a waste.
it is, but
You know.
sometimes you can corner them in a way that they just finally go away.
No, when you corner them, then they threaten to kill you.
Well, I would just call it that. Which doesn't bother me. Whatever he wants to call me, I don't care.
All right.
I find it
just don't
funny.
want him.
I find it funny when people resort to that. So I get a kick out of it.
Just go
That
to
means
Bill
I'm-
and tell him.
that means that I'm getting to them a little bit. And the thing of it is, if you look at what I'm saying, it's just common sense. It's not. I'm not like bashing them, and yet
Right.
people are literally losing their mind, and you're not even saying anything. You're not calling them any names. You're just holding the line about what you think, and the next thing you know, you're a fag, man.
Yep. Well, so what'll happen is they'll block you, and then they'll post screenshots of your conversation as if they won.
Okay, yeah,
That happens all the time.
yeah, I've seen that before as well.
Yep.
Yeah. All I did was comment, and then the guy goes, "Okay, retard fag, if that's the way you want to play it, you're not worth my time." Like, whatever, dude.
And then they keep on going.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's hilarious. I guess people are just angry. And he was all upset because I wrote a post about Digger, the film, being a propaganda piece of slop that it is. And he was upset because I pointed out that the filmmakers used a fat guy with comb-over hair. They painted him that way to demonize him. And he goes, well, he was acting all sensitive. I'm a fat guy that has comb-over hair, and I'm eccentric. Does that mean? Yeah. And I was like, dude, that doesn't have anything to do with this post whatsoever, man.
Yep. It's the fact that you touch children. That,
And the fact of it is, man, they do that on purpose. They tie that look together with insanity so that it has a stronger impact. I'm not saying
Yep.
I agree with that. I'm pointing out what the filmmakers are doing. And
Right.
somehow made it personal about me or something. I was like, whatever, dude. He's got to be a lefty. Nobody gets that upset over something silly.
Yeah, you know.
I do.
Yeah, but you're a nobody.
Oh, you say
So
you
that,
did
you
say
know.
nobody does that.
Yeah,
You're right. Nobody
yeah,
does
yeah,
that.
yeah.
We're all
Me
nobodies.
and Milica,
Yeah.
a couple of nobodies.
Yeah. Thanks for the setup, Barry. Yep. Barry just did a slow pitch softball.
Tag
Yep.
team, something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep. We've been planning this for months. Little do you know. Eventually he'll fall for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Good job, Barry. I told you it would work
It's
6 months ago.
like tossing up in the infield, toss up that ball for the slam dunk. You know?
Yep.
We should clip part of this out and use it on Sunday nights. And now, Willie, what's your response to what they were saying? Oh,
Yep.
Well,
Which one has soccer?
Hey. By the way, I saw I think it was on, I guess it was on X. There's a video of the ice wall, by the way.
Oh no!
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a boat at the ice wall. I'm like, don't show this to Willie. He'll never shut up.
Flat Earth.
Yep. Of course, little do we know, if you get a chainsaw, you can cut through that ice wall.
Don't give him ideas. Don't. He'll be like, I need a bigger chainsaw.
Yep. Need a Husqvarna with a 6-foot blade.
Oh my God.
Yep. You'll need a tanker just for the bar oil. Yep.
Come on, Blue, go. Sorry.
All right, guys. Let's clear this room out and get it going on the other side. All right. I'll catch up with you later, David.
Ice wall.
Ice wall. Ranch
Flat
dressing. Flat Earth.
Yep. Flat Earth.
All right.
Flat Earth.
I'll see you on the other side, guys.
Hi, guys. Have a good show.
All right, man. Peace out.
All right. That was the pre-show for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Coming up, we are going to get the actual show going where they do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, stuff. Current events, politics, and stuff. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hi,
Yeah, that-
Drea. How's your British
that guy-
accent?
That guy just blocked me, so all of his comments are gone now. Darn it, I like it when it stays down there so people can see how funny he is.
On Minds or X.
Mine's on X, man, I got like 60 or 70 insults after that post I made. About 60 or 70. I mean, it's like I was insane, dude. I'm gonna do a whole post, I think, on just the insane. And none of the comments made any sense. They didn't address a single thing that I said in the post. Just just like you're a moron, you're an idiot, But more clever ways of saying that. And a lot of times they put in memes.
What was the post about?
30 seconds, guys. Well, less.
What was the post about?
It was about the film Digger with Tom Cruise, and how it's propaganda slop, and I got more likes today.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone. everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night for July 15th, 2026. Right here in the middle of July, man. In the middle of July. Oh, it's the heartbeat of summer, you know?
Yeah.
It's just been wonderful out here. What a great summer it's been. We've had the entire world looking at America and just posting this incredible stuff. I've seen nothing but love for this country coming out of the people who come here to visit us for the World Cup. And I don't know, man, it just makes me feel good for where we're at here as a country.
Yeah, everything's coming full circle, right? All the lies that have been told about America, that have been told about Trump, that have been told about MAGA, everything's coming full circle, and people are starting to realize that they've been lied to on a number of things, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone's got guns.
Hello.
He was here, then he's gone.
Well, anyway, we've been lied to about a number of things. That much I know is true, from the globalist propaganda to, MAGA's bad, Trump's bad, Orange Man bad, that the elections weren't stolen in 2020. Hey, look, man, come tomorrow, Trump is going to be addressing the nation about the elections. The 2020 elections is what he's alluded to a couple of days ago. So what that means is that they probably have everything, and that he's going to be dropping a serious bomb tomorrow to all the masses. And that's coming off the heels as well of, the SAVE Act looking like it's going to pass. I think it passed the House, and I'm pretty sure it'll probably pass the Senate as well. But good times.
Yeah.
Things are coming. And John, you and I both, I know I've said it, 100 times on this show alone, that arrest, indictments, and convictions are forthcoming, man. And so if he drops this stuff tomorrow, that we have proof of the election being stolen, and that investigations are underway, and that indictments may be forthcoming, dude, we're just going to be proven right again.
And there are, what Trump is going to do a big announcement tomorrow night about election fraud. And I'm hearing some leaks today about Iran and how they were integral in hacking into Alaska and potentially adding maybe 100,000 votes to the tallies up there. But I mean, Alaska is not the place to go flip a national election. I don't think that's the big, news he's got for tomorrow night. If I were to guess, it would have something to do with Venezuela and potentially some of the counting machines that came out of those areas, and how they were used. But
Yes.
We'll see. It's going to be interesting. Definitely we'll be watching that one live.
I mean, I think it's a big deal. I haven't confirmed this, but I heard that some of that of his transcript that he's going to be reading off of might have got leaked to the Wall Street Journal. So they're trying to scurry to try to, find a way to debunk it, or a way to sort of minimize the damage that's going to come out of that. But it doesn't matter what they try to do, man. It's all flooding out. The truth is coming out. We just had Tulsi Gabbard lay out a whole bunch of different stuff about Fauci and about Obama. And all these people that are on X and different places that keep trying to push their conspiracy theories about us, it's so easy to debunk them now, because we have this plethora of information that's being dropped from official government entities and people in high places, I might add.
Yeah, and it's leading towards, like you said, man, some potential real things coming down the pike here, like real stuff. Heck, I'm even seeing with Gavin Newsom out in California that he's looking at some pretty serious tax evasion issues for multi millions of dollars, not just some chump change stuff, like big money. And again, hey, if you're guilty, you're not above the law, right? This isn't maliciously like them going after Gavin Newsom because they want to go after him. This is the guy being a absolute sanctimonious, punk about it all, and then finding out the emperor has no clothes is really what it is, right? These people are guilty of these things. They went after Trump for everything under the book, and they barely got him on anything. Really. The things they did convict him on, I don't believe they have any merit whatsoever. They're complete garbage felonies, quote unquote. But whatever. We have a good country going on right now. We just had so many people from around the world come visit us and see what a great place this country is. And really, they're still enjoying it. It's still, the place to be. And now we're getting the videos of people going back to England. They're like, man, it's been overcast here for like 5 days, you know? Or, today was the one sunny day and I'm walking down the street waiting for somebody to look me in the eye and say hi. And it didn't happen. He's like, I spent 3 weeks in the United States and I'm so used to people just saying, hi, how you doing? That like, I can't believe nobody looks up and nobody looks at you and says hi. They're just missing it, man. They're all ready to come back already. And I'll tell you what, we need to do the World Cup again, out here.
Yeah.
It's just been so much fun. We need to do it again, but we need to do it. I would think it'd be fabulous to do it on exclusively college campuses and college stadiums. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
To really show the world that side of America, the college town. These little, towns of a few 100,000 people that can really be as big as any, major city when it comes to sporting events. Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the University of Michigan, that stadium seats 100,000 people. That town hosts games of that magnitude all the time. But yet it's a quaint, beautiful little suburban city. There's so many of those out there. Wisconsin, has Madison is fantastic. Madison could hold a sporting event like that in a heartbeat, and they would love it. You could open up so many, Georgia, heck, Texas. They love Texas, right? Texas A&M. There's so many different places that it could be done on a college level. Even UCLA, right, would give them an experience you wouldn't believe from a college town. You know what I mean? Which Los Angeles actually is, but yeah, we need to do that now. For updated news, for those of you who haven't heard yet, I'm going to give you the score of the England game. If you haven't heard it yet, cover your ears. But England lost 2-1 against Argentina. And so Argentina will be advancing to the finals against Spain, which will happen in New Jersey. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be Saturday. I think both the bronze game and the gold-silver game are played on the same day. The finals will be in Rutherford, New Jersey. And it'll be interesting. I mean, New York is sort of a culmination if you've been traveling around the country to game to game to game. But it's also New York, you know what I mean? It's easy to get lost in. Now, if you're from Argentina or Spain, you're going to look at New York and think it's the cleanest city you've seen in forever. I think. I don't know. Maybe Argentina's pulling its act together, right? But it's funny because a lot of these World Cup travelers, we're thinking, oh man, they're going to go to Seattle and they're going to see what a trash, and I forget that they're coming from like Manchester, or London, or places where it's actually 10 times worse,
Yeah. That's a good point.
I don't know. Maybe New York is a beautiful, clean city to somebody who's come here from Manchester. I don't know.
Perhaps. Yeah. Well, we've seen all the videos of a lot of the major cities where the immigration is just, run rampant and is out of control and out of hand. And they're always having to clean up because there's all kinds of crazy stuff constantly happening. Anytime they have an event or something, they easily get out of hand, and then the cleanup lasts for who knows how long. Sometimes I've seen in certain areas, they just leave it for a while. Like they don't even care.
Oh, yeah. Then many places, they just leave it forever, depending on where you're talking about. It's just, that's a new part of that's how that city, that road looks now, because they trashed it 5 years ago. I mean, Lord, I saw some video. I was just watching part of it the other day. It was like in the Dominican Republic of Congo. It was a train that was just traveling, real time through the city. And you wouldn't believe just the poverty, the garbage, the shanty huts for miles and miles and miles. And this guy's just laying on the horn at like every half mile. He's got to lay on the horn because there's like 100 people just standing on the tracks in front of him, And there's open space on both sides. Why are you guys standing on the tracks like that? They turn it into this like life and death sport. to go like, well, let's put my table where if the train comes, it'll kill us, but that's fine. We'll hear it coming. You know?
Mm.
Unbelievable. So that's where it goes, folks. I mean, imagine a reverse North America where America fell into socialism and we're all escaping to Mexico because it's, such a higher standard of living. It could happen. It's all about the government. We're not some special breed of people that are just born to be able to create wealth in this. We're a capitalist country. We've been given the parameters for the society to make money, to invest it into education, to churn out intelligent people who can then make better jobs and better jobs and better jobs through time. And you just keep getting, wealthier and wealthier and wealthier as a nation. Whereas other countries haven't done that. They've chosen things like socialism, communism, and they have no money for education. They have no money for food. They have no money for anything. And so I don't know why so many of these Democrats, socialists are trying to go down that road. Drives me crazy. But
Yeah.
it is what it is.
And if you thought America was beautiful now, and you look at all the things Trump's trying to do to beautify it even more, think about all the sabotage from the left, right? That just basically keeps him from doing that. It's like they love, kind of our airports being sort of has been, there's better airports all over the world than some of the ones we have. They need to be updated. Some of the roads and the bridges need to be fixed. The infrastructure, he goes in and tries to make DC beautiful and crime ridden, and they hate it. It's so weird, man.
I don't get it. It's just, I think, again, the reason why they do it is because it's so easy to do it that they could have done it, anybody could have done it at any time. If anybody at any time wanted to say, hey, you know what? The statues in Washington, D.C. are all covered in graffiti and they look like crap and they're dirty. And let's, take a power washer to them. What do you say? We get a team of 5 teams of people with power washers. We set them loose on the monuments and clean them all up. Make them look good for the World Cup. Make them look good for the America 250.
Dude.
And okay, that's a no-brainer. Anybody would say yes to that, except for people that want to see the country decline.
Exactly. If they were given the opportunity, American citizens would do that kind of thing for free. We've seen that happen in the leftist hellscape, where they've torn stuff up and ripped things apart, and just conservatives go in and try to help, and then somehow them helping was like racist and white supremacy. You remember that? Remember how you see that? So
Scott Pressler was big on that. Yeah.
So if we were given the opportunity, we would come together and help out however we could to make them. It sort of goes back to JFK. It's ask not what you can do ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And we would do that without a single question asked if given the opportunity. But a lot of these leftist areas won't let you come in and help.
Yeah, but somebody's got that contract. They don't want you to go clean up those statues because we got the contract. And if you do it, then we can't bill and we look like fools. And, so you got to stop that. And it's just all designed to fail. The way they do it, it's designed to fail. We need to get in there and clean it up, streamline the government, get all the red tape out of there and let it just do its minimalist job that it needs to do. And stop half the crap, 80% of the crap that it does, literally 80% of the actions the government takes on a day, including the $200,000 to test, the testicular size of different types of turtles and how, the sand temperature affects it. I don't know. Let's feed cocaine to monkeys and see what they do. Let's feed heroin to lab rats and see see if we can make them have sex with each other or be gay. Let's spend another $100,000 to find out if we can make them gay.
Yeah.
It never ends. And it's all just a waste. What does the government actually need to do? What? Protect our borders, provide for the common good, to provide the safety to the people, to give a court system where we can have our fundamental rights protected safely and fairly with blind justice. There's only a limited number of things that the government really needs to do, and yet they've stuck their finger in absolutely everything that they can in every single direction, and they do none of it very well at all. And so we need to get them back to just doing a few things really, really well and very efficiently. Taxes, I mean, taxes should be a couple percentage points. Really, if we all pay 2-3% in taxes, we should be fine. That should be plenty to keep our country safe and running. And then the rest of it is done off of charities and, like you see, Barry, giving people the ability to just go out and do it. There are people out there with the ways and means that said, I can end hunger in the city. They just won't let me.
Yeah, they mismanage and then they go, hey, you guys are going to have to pay for our mismanagement. But they don't tell you it's their mismanagement. They make you think it's us that's causing all the deficits and the problems. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's wild stuff. But anyway, let's dive into some new stuff. You were talking about this movie that's coming out pretty soon with Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
and how you've been stirring up some comments and stuff from the interwebs. A lot of disputes and rage hate. So tell us about it. Let's see if we can, drive some of those people to maybe write you an email over on Twitter or X.
Sure. You can find me on you can find me on Twitter or X now at Bullhorn Barry. But basically, I'm a nobody on X. I think I've got like 1,100 subscribers. But the very fact that I was able to put a comment on Tom Cruise's X page and get to top 4 most liked comment, I think that says a lot. I think I've got I don't know, almost 30,000 views and 400 plus likes, which is actually quite a bit. And all I did was expose the film as being a globalist propaganda film, which is most of the films coming out of Hollywood anyway. There's always a little propaganda in there somewhere, right? And the hate that came at me was incredible, man. I mean, 60, 70, 80 insults, just from that one post on Tom Cruise's X page. But I posted the same thing on a couple other pages, and I got, 40,000 views. It's crazy. I can't even believe that. And I was in the top 10 as well for the most liked comments. And I'm a nobody on X. You know what I'm saying? So people just want to hear the truth right now. And people would be surprised to find out that the tide is shifting, that people are aware of the globalists. They're aware of the globalist propaganda. They're aware of their agenda, because I laid it out pretty straightforward and hardcore in a little short paragraph, And then the kind of comments I got were, no one ever addressed the points I made. It was just, I'm crazy, I'm a lunatic, and blah, blah, blah. You know how the typical troll is.
Yeah, exactly. And I think right now, even is it Paramount that's thinking about leaving California? Or at least they're threatening to, because the state is trying to stop the merger with Warner Brothers.
Yeah. I mean, the thing of it is Hollywood is finished, and the fact that Tom Cruise is probably one of the most bankable names in Hollywood today, and most everybody agreed with my comment, tells you that Tom Cruise can't save Hollywood. And he was going right along with the propaganda as well by being in the film, in my opinion. And typically that's not the kind of films he makes. The last film he made, I guess, Top Gun, I didn't see it, but I heard it was very pro-American. So it wasn't a globalist agenda. But this film, in my opinion, is all about demonizing fossil fuels. It's all about demonizing national sovereignty. And it's just the typical stuff that comes out of Hollywood.
Yeah, it's just so typical. I mean, they only know how to make one film, right? They only know. Well, I mean, they can make 2. They can make the Moana one, where it's all about, respecting the the Polynesians, and I guess that bombed, right? That's just doing horribly. And then they've got other movies where they will replace everyone with different people of cultures, So if it is a white culture, replace everyone. If it's a native culture of some type, then make sure it's authentic. And neither one wins for them, because they're just not being authentic in any way, on any of them, right? Be authentic. Make authentic art. Think of movies as art, and you will make good art. If you think of it as a way to pander to people and spread a political message, it's going to suck. Because a lot of people aren't going to want to listen to that. They go to the movie to escape. They don't go to be lectured. It's not an HR seminar. You know what I mean? I just sat through a 3-hour HR seminar about this crap, and now I got to go watch a 2-hour movie about it. Like,
Yeah.
no, no. Let me just watch a hockey game. Oh, there you go. At least maybe I can get away from it there if they don't interject it into the commentary. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, one of the things they would say to me was, it's just a comedy, man. It's just satire. Just give it a rest, And I just simply said the truth, man, that comedy and satire is the best way to slide in propaganda. And this is a well-known fact. Anybody that's going to do propaganda knows that you can sort of disarm somebody if you can use humor. And it works both ways. If you're trying to disarm the enemy that's thinking incorrectly, you can use a little bit of humor. Maybe they drop their guard and you can get them to open up a little bit to the truth. So it can be used in a plethora of different ways, but humor has always been used to get your point across. And they were trying to say, well, they're demonizing some, corporate slime bag. How is that a bad thing? Well, because that's not the main message that they're giving you. They're using that as sort of cover for their true intent. You know what I'm saying? And of course, the name Digger, his name is Digger, which is very close to another word that nobody wants to use, which is what they call, I'm trying to think what they call that. There's a name for that when you use something that sounds similar to another thing. There's an actual terminology. When I figured out, it's called phonic symbolism, basically phonic symbolism.
Okay, there you go.
And so on a subconscious level, they're telling you that not only is he got this comb over hair and he's fat and obnoxious and eccentric in a really villainous way, but he's also a white supremacist and a racist, right? Because his name is Digger. So that's in your subconscious. It's called phonic symbolism. And so that's what's happening. They're doing all of these things intentionally. I could be wrong, but but why Digger? That's just, and he is portrayed as a white supremacist because he's a white CEO, president, billionaire, fat cat, disgusting person.
Well, it sounds like propaganda to me. It just keeps coming at you, And on a lighter note, Mel Brooks apparently is attached to a new version of Spaceballs 2, which is in the makes. So that's going to be fun.
Well, that might actually be a non-woke film, and I would argue that it'll probably do great if that's the case. I don't think this movie Digger is going to do too well. I think it may make a little bit of money, maybe make more than it actually cost because Tom Cruise is in it. But if he wasn't in it, dude, it would flop big time. And I hear his performance is really good. And I never criticized his performance, by the way, in anything that I said, nor the delivery of the film, just the propaganda behind it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he'll be a great actor in it. He always is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. When I think of, what was it? Tropic Thunder, where he played Nussman or whoever it was, the producer.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that was one of the most iconic characters he ever played. I hope it's that guy on times 10.
Is that the one where he was the guy with the big glasses?
Yeah, and he's promising him a Learjet if he just lets his client die in the jungle.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a lot like that. They're comparing it to that kind of a performance. In fact, some people are saying it might get him an Oscar nod, or if not an Oscar. But hey, like I said, I never criticized the performance. I never criticized the cinematography. I never criticized the script writing quality. I'm sure it's well written. That doesn't mean it's not propaganda slop.
Yeah, and I guess if I were to add to it, I'd say I'm most interested in Spaceballs 2. I think, Mel Brooks never stepped away from a joke he found funny. And even in today's day and age, what is the guy, 90-some years old? If he's behind it, I mean, there's going to be a tremendous, it's his good farewell to the planet. It's like when Johnny Cash did his final album of all the covers. It was brilliant. And I hope that's what we get out of Mel Brooks. But on that note, let's take a break. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we'll be right back after this.
Wobbly says Dune 3.
Oh man,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
it's
Yeah.
probably. Oh, there's already 2. There might as well be. I'm sure there will be. They've had some
Yeah.
success with it, haven't they?
Yeah.
If there's money to be made and propaganda to be sold, we're gonna do
the
it.
series. Dune the series.
I think that's a thing too. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen that on Prime as well. I haven't watched it because I don't have Prime, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. But by the way, now Civil War, the propaganda film, the globalist propaganda film, it is now available not just on Roku for free, but it's available for free on Tubi. It's available for free on YouTube. It's available for free on Plex, Plex. So if you didn't get a chance to see that propaganda film, I would go watch it because a lot of people believe that's the plan that the globalists have. And it's probably one of the biggest propaganda films I've seen in a long time. The only one I think that meets it, matches it, or maybe even exceeds it is Leave the World Behind, Obama's film. Those 2 films that came out when Biden was the president were really 2 massive propaganda films that were definitely designed to precondition things into people's subconscious.
Huh.
And now we
Sounds
have.
like you need to repeat all that on the air.
Well, think about this, man.
like those films need more free promos. Promos.
Well, you're watching it for free, so you're not really giving them any money. Like I would never pay to see the movie. That's why I waited for it to come out, to watch it for free.
Watch it with the advertisements, right?
But if you watch it with Brave on Tubi,
Yeah.
you don't get the ads. So that's one good thing. If you have Tubi and you watch it on your PC or your laptop or I guess your tablet or something like that, and you use the Brave browser, you won't get the commercials. You'll have a little pause, like a 1 second pause, and then it'll come right back in without the commercial.
Tubi is worthless to me. It's like I can't use it to save my life because I use Brave and every single thing I click on just says it's not available on this, or if it is, it'll make me go download the app.
Yep.
Like it wants me to download the app to watch it, and I'm like, I'm not, no.
Yeah.
If I download the app, I'm just gonna get buried in commercials.
Maybe, I don't know. You should at least maybe give it a shot. You can always take it off if it does.
Well, I mean, I have before, but maybe it's different now. I doubt it.
Oh, okay. You did
It's
it.
an app. Why would they? Oh,
No,
yeah.
Yeah. If you already done it and that's the case, yeah, they probably haven't changed
Yeah.
it.
And I just got rid of it because I'm like, I just can't watch all these commercials you guys throw in my face. I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Mm.
I don't have.
Well, I tell you one good solution. It's not like the perfect solution, but it's the best solution. Is hit the mute button once the commercials come on, dude. So it works for me.
Yeah.
As long as I don't have to hear the commercial, because I'm tired of hearing about all the drugs and the different side effects and how can cause an infection in your anus and even lead to death. Remember I told you about that one? That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wobbly says
like-
old people problems.
Somebody's problems. I mean, they make you feel like, man, there's something wrong with me because I don't have anything wrong with me. It's like what? It's like it's got to be like some form of brainwashing as well because they just hammer it, dude. It literally, I don't know, 50%, dude, are pharmaceutical ads. They own pretty much all the commercials.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Do you have this acre pain?
Yeah, and then they have drugs for new aches and pains that you get from other drugs, so that you can stack them.
Yeah, you just
How cool is that?
tell your doctor about it. Don't forget,
Yeah, be sure. Yeah,
Be sure to tell your doctor because you can't get it over the counter. All right? It's not
Yeah.
safe taking without a prescription. So, that to me tells me it shouldn't even be on the aired as a commercial, all right? You can't sell alcohol and tobacco on TV. But anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Bullhorn Barry, man, have you heard about... have you seen these memes, or not memes, I guess they're just reports coming out of this gay cruise ship, this Virgin cruise ship that's going through the Mediterranean.
Wait a minute. Time out. Virgin gay cruise trip?
Well, Virgin, it's a cruise ship brand, Virgin, Richard Branson.
I thought you meant virgin gay people on a cruise.
No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Yeah. No, there's no such thing as a virgin gay man.
Probably not.
God, I saw Evie Amini in New York at a gay pride thing asking people a bunch of questions. One of the questions he asked them was how many partners they've had. And it was stunning. Mm-hmm. The lowest numbers were in the 200 to 300, 100, all the way up to like thousands. One guy said, over 10,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and he asked a bunch of lesbians, and they're like, oh, 1, 2, 3, very, very different lifestyles.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah, but I mean, guys, to be fair, they're horn dogs. So if you got two guys in a room and they're both into it, it's like, of course they're gonna.
Well,
whereas girls,
they're into wild orgies as well. Remember, I talked about that on the show about there was a whole thing going on, circulating online about gay people that were making posts about how they were trying to have sex with as many men as they could in a night and how great it was and how they went from one orgy to another, and they post it. They don't post obviously the graphic stuff, but they post their experience, what happened, which orgies were good, which orgies were bad. And I'm like, their shame is their pride, dude. That's what's really disturbing, right? They're bragging about it when it's actually disgusting and probably extremely dangerous, I would imagine. I'm just guessing.
Oh, exceedingly dangerous. Yeah, exceedingly dangerous. I mean, it's to have, many hundreds of sexual partners. That just, if everyone's doing that, man, it's like the whole gay community sleeps with each other at one point or another. One person gets something and it's gone. It's wildfire, But anyway, this cruise ship was trying to go into a port in Turkey, and they got turned away over morality clauses. They actually raided one of the clubs that they were going to go to, a gay club, and said no, can't come here. So they were all pissed off. This has been playing out now over the last week or so. And there's Patty, somebody who's the entertainer who's on the ship, the C-list, whatever, but I'm sure she's wonderful. Got out there and is like, I can't believe it. This is horrible. Why is Turkey denying us this entrance and yada, yada. And it's like, folks, it's Turkey. It's illegal to be gay there. You think you don't have rights in America? Wait till you try to go to Turkey. Now individually, if you're a gay man and you want to go to Turkey, I'm sure it's fine. But if you're on a cruise ship full of 10,000 of you, they're going to say no. Okay. None to worry, right?
It's a wake-up call. These are the same people that hate America and love all these other nations that are Muslim nations and are in denial that America is one of the freest places you can be on the planet and the most accepting, on the planet. And look, you can accept somebody as a human being and not agree with their lifestyle. This is the thing that they try to demonize anybody that says, oh, I think homosexuality is wrong. They want to make it like, oh, you hate gay people. I don't see that the two are connected. They could be, but as a general rule, they are not.
Mm-hmm. So they said, okay, goodbye to Turkey. They took the ship south, went past Syria, went past Lebanon, went past Israel, and said, we're going to go to Egypt. Okay, we're going to go see the pyramids. We're going to go up the Nile. It's going to be awesome. Cairo. Yep. Then they all went to bed, woke up the next day and found out, okay, no, they won't let us in either.
Wow.
So I'm just looking at countries around there. Lebanon, Syria, Libya, Tunisia, Turkey. Yeah, until you get to Greece, you're out of luck. Except for one place, you could probably go to Israel. If they wanted to go to Israel, they would be welcomed with open arms.
Yeah, and they hate
But
Israel.
they won't go there
Yeah, but they hate Israel and they
because
hate.
it's too politically incorrect to go to the only. Yeah, they hate the only country that would actually let them in and be themselves and welcome them and
Yep.
say, "Hey, you're hungry? Go this way. You want to drink? Go that way."
And when they come back, they'll go right
Too bad.
back to saying that
But
America is
It is
homophobic.
what it is. It's just that. Mhm.
Am I wrong?
And
about
go
that?
Gaza, and hey, they could have stopped off in Gaza.
Yeah.
No, you're not at all. You're completely correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and it's just funny. I don't know. I find it ironic. They just don't seem to see the forest for the trees.
I hear you. I don't disagree. I mean, they're going to come back and they're going to bash America.
And
It's homophobic.
yeah, do you?
Are you hearing me by any chance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There was another trans person. Yes, I am. Are you hearing me? We're
Yeah,
hearing each other, right?
I was kept getting cut off.
Okay.
Didn't know if you were hearing me or not.
Okay.
I can't hear you now.
Yeah, I think you were cutting in and out possibly for me for some reason, which
And-
is
And
you
vice
can't hear me now.
I can hear you now, but you're the same thing on your end. So I think that's what the mix-up was. Sorry about that, folks listening in.
Yeah, we apologize, but technical things happen. I'm on a connection that can have ins and outs, unfortunately.
It's all good, man. Keep going, bro.
But okay, so what was I getting to? Oh yeah, there's a trans person from the United States who moves to the Netherlands, and they just did an interview with, I don't know, her. I think it's a male to female transition. Well, yeah, born a male, looks like they were born a male, whatnot, living in the Netherlands. And in this interview, she said, quote, "It's scary. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degraded so substantially being here that I need to get out. The situation I have in the U.S. as a trans person, not good, right? But here I will be hurt or killed." Right? So standing on the streets of the Netherlands saying, yeah, this is way worse. Way worse. Like, I don't like it in the U.S., but I'm going to get killed here.
Yes, I understand completely what you're saying there. And that's the sad thing is I think they're going to keep the rhetoric up, even though they continue to be debunked that America's, all these horrible things, racist, white supremacist, homophobe, xenophobe, all these lies that they've told. And they've now pretty much almost all been so thoroughly debunked that to continue them makes you look like you're a foolish person. But they still keep the rhetoric going. I think that's because that's all that they have, man. I don't think they can't surrender, so they have to keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, and she is specifically referring to Algerians and Moroccans as being the leading factor for why it's completely unsafe for her to be in the Netherlands. So we're not talking about like just a little bit of bigotry here. You're talking about life and death kind of stuff, because it's a whole different ballgame when you start getting into the religious fanatics, be it Christian or whatever. But yeah, when you're a religious fanatic, that anyway, coming back to the United States, big mistake. Sorry about that. We're hearing a lot of these types of stories lately where, like you say, you hate on America, you go try it somewhere else and you realize, hey, it's actually really nice here. Like we were talking about in the very beginning of the show, so many Europeans came to America for the World Cup and they expected a lot of horrible things, and what they got was incredible. Everybody driving these gigantic trucks they can't even fathom. And, it's everybody. We know. I live in the United States. They're huge. They're everywhere. These massive, massive trucks. And people love them. And it's just, and you got to have the infrastructure to have that. If you've seen an English road, you'd know you couldn't drive one of those there. It's just, it would hang off the side. There's no way you could put two of those past each other at any point on any English road I've ever seen. Right.
Right. Yeah. I just would say that we can't underestimate the power of TDS and that it still exists. And I want to give an example, if I can, real briefly. And I know you're going to want to comment on it as well. But remember when Trump was president the first time around, 2016, 2020, he assigned somebody to basically go to work to try to, be diplomatic with nations that had criminalized homosexuality to decriminalize it. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And yet nobody on the left got behind it. They just said he's a homosexual bigot and a homophobe and, all these terrible things when he was actually trying to do something that nobody on the left ever tried to do. Nobody ever tried to do something such as this, to decriminalize homosexuality in these countries where it's criminal and they'll stone you or they'll kill you or they'll hang you over a roof or something like that. He was trying to, point it out as being unethical if that's what your belief is, but not to criminalize it.
Yeah, it's again, it's a religious thing. It's like trying to go to, a church in Alabama that's a really hardcore, and say, hey, we want you to start having gay marriages here. Well, they're not going to do it.
Right.
It's the same thing, but it's just on a national scale. It's one thing to have a church down in some county somewhere that says, no, we're not going to marry gay people. But it's another thing for the whole country to say, you can't be gay at all. Right. And, that's the sad thing with so many of these fundamentalist countries that have just taken, Islam to the extreme with Sharia. And that's it. There's no way around it. There's no negotiating it. It is what it is. And, you either live within the law or, capital punishment can be a very real outcome. We've seen many, many, many homosexuals being thrown off buildings in my lifetime. I've seen way too many. And, again, they would pretend, the actual gay community would pretend like this doesn't happen. Like it's not a thing. Like I'm making it up. Like those videos are just AI generated, like back in, 20 years ago, they were AI generating, these videos. Like, no, we've been watching it happen for decades. It's a real thing. And you just look past it. I don't get it. I don't see why you can't see the dangers. It's, let's take this trip to Turkey. That sounds like fun. I hear it's wonderful this time of year. Great. Just don't be gay. I'm warning you, don't be gay. Oh, I'll just be a little gay. It's okay. No. They'll throw you in jail, man. I'm not saying Turkey will kill you for that, but it's a problem, right?
Well, and just imagine if they did the kind of things that they do in America, that really what people have the most problem with is grooming children into this LGBTQ plus cult. You know what I'm saying? They would never tolerate that. I don't think. I just can't imagine. I don't think we should tolerate that. That is a line too far. You know what I'm saying? You need to leave the children alone. Let the children be children, and let the parents raise the children, and they make their own decisions when they become adults. Right or wrong?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they're going to get exposed to it. You don't need to, force it on them. Right. You eventually figure out that some people out there like, people of their own sex. It's a thing, right? You don't need to push them into it. You just need to, potentially explain to them that it's out there and just to be aware of it. But, to try to push that on kids and really just make that the central goal of your education system to, be just as inclusive as possible and all these different things that don't teach you how to read and write or do math. It just takes away from the core of why you're there in the first place. And yet they can recite everything wrong with America, but they can't recite anything right with America. They come out of school telling you this is a racist country and our founders owned slaves and yada, yada. And yet they don't even understand how sacred the First Amendment is, how sacred the Second Amendment is. They just think it's guns. Guns are bad. No, man. if you can't defend yourself against your country, then what good are all the other rights you have? If they can just be taken away and you can't defend it, then our country would never dare take away our rights because they know behind every blade of grass there's another gun. So no one would ever try a ground invasion of the United States from any angle that you can put on a map. Any spot on the coast of America where you think it'd be a good place to do a ground invasion. Guess what? If you run over the troops, you've got citizens armed in every direction as far as the eye can see. You can drive for 10, 15 straight hours at 80 miles an hour, get out of your car, and everybody is going to be armed there too. Right? It's everywhere in America. We've all got guns. If you try to march across the country, you're just going to get shot at from every direction possible, from behind trees, from up in trees, from on roofs, from windows, you name it. It'll never happen. America is impossible to invade. I say that with such conviction. God, knock on wood. Right.
Right.
Hope no one ever touches that, but yeah.
I think if the left ever gets control again, they'll take the guns, man. It's the globalist agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Take the guns to disarm. That's and they're controlled by the globalists. So the left and the globalists are one and the same. You know what I'm saying? They're part of a duopoly, and so they'll take the guns and they'll disarm us and they'll take us over as well.
Yeah. Well, you have to. If you can't take the guns, you can't take over the country. Really, it's sort of they go hand in hand. Once you start trying to get overly uppity as a government, then the guns come out. It's just, it's the way the history of humanity has always worked, except for it's been swords in the past instead of guns. But man, you could read 1,000 textbooks that would tell you about situations where governments got out of control and, the people came back swinging.
Yeah.
And it's just,
I can't imagine if there was ever some kind of a internal coup or outside force that they would be less likely to try it knowing that we're all armed because we would be able to defend ourselves against their violent attack.
I'm just picturing the Russians try to take Harlem, Good luck with that.
Yeah, well then
I thought they had no guns in New York City. No, they got guns.
We have the military too, though. So you have the military and the common man. And that's got to be that's like an added weapon right there, because you have the military doing their thing, but also you got to keep a lookout for the civilian.
Exactly. Yeah, the guy who's just got a really good, rifle that he can take out from 1,000 yards.
Exactly.
It's a long way away. Way away.
I don't think we have to worry about that right now with Trump as the president. But if the left ever gets control again, they'll try to take the guns. They'll say, when they're running, they're saying, I'm not going to try and take the guns. And then the first thing they do is try to take the guns because the left just constantly lies, man. Because they know that the majority of Americans, even some on the left, believe in the Second Amendment because it's an American thing. It's not a partisan thing. It's enshrined in our amendments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And, the term assault rifle, we don't want to take guns. We just want to take assault weapons away, right? Weapons of war.
That's all weapons.
Yeah, it's every weapon I've ever heard of. Has been in some war. Even the trusty musket, even the trusty musket is a very dangerous weapon,
That's funny.
And it's been used in a lot of wars.
Yeah. It's a little slow, but effective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't buy cannons.
Go ahead.
I love Joe Biden's thing where he constantly would say, "You can't just go buy a cannon, can you?"
I think
right. I've seen. Just look up Rick Harrison, dude. He's bought like 50 on the TV show.
Yeah. Well, Joe Biden
over 10 years,
Yeah, dude, I really want him to be held accountable for not signing any executive orders. I think that's coming too. Not to sidetrack from where we're at, but I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, it's kind of bogus that everything he did pretty much was signed with AutoPen. I mean, was he even aware of any of it? Could anyone sit him down today and say, "Hey, do you remember signing this? Can you tell me at least what it's about? This was a pretty important. Can you just summarize what you think is in this?" And you'll get nothing. Yeah. You'll get nothing even close.
Well,
I remember that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
I
was
was just going to make a dumb joke.
Oh, okay. Well, some people will say, well, you can use the auto pen, and that's true when they're away, but then they have to come back and later sign that they allowed that to happen, that they understood it. You know what I'm saying? And that never took place, to my understanding. So he's just not even aware that this is going on, and if he is, he didn't sign off on it, and that's the problem. So I hope that we get some indictments on that as well. Dude, Thursday, man, everybody needs to tune in to the national address by Trump. We need to find out exactly what they've got. He's been saying since 17 or 18 that they've got it all. Well, I think we do.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if this has to do with Venezuela. I've heard so much of that leading back to Maduro, And so let's see. It's interesting, though, but none of these people, like if you look to Russia, if you look to Maduro, if you look to any of these people, none of them wanted Trump to be in office anymore. They all wanted him gone just as much as the Democrats wanted him gone, because they didn't want to be up against him. They didn't want to negotiate with him. They would much rather negotiate with Joe Biden, right? I mean, any day of the week. Who do you want, Trump or Joe Biden? Who's going to give you a harder deal, right?
Right.
Trump's going to make sure you fair trade and the whole 9 yards and tariffs and, you charge us, we charge you, and right, the whole 9 yards. But military, everything. Joe Biden doesn't care. You bring him a little popsicle or something, or you bring him one of those little flags on a stick that, you put in the wind and it spins around. He's occupied for the next hour. He's happy.
Mm-hmm. You just give him a spinner, one of those little spinner things that he plays with.
Yeah. Yay.
Yeah. That and some ice cream, man. I forget, what is his favorite ice cream again? Is it mint chocolate chip? What is it? I can't remember.
I don't. He doesn't remember, dude. Whatever's in front of him is his favorite flavor.
Is it just me, but whenever he would be out in public and things, and this is like typical of people that have cognitive decline or dementia, did he not act like a child, like he was regressing back to his childhood? Did you notice that?
Oh yeah, it was sad to see. Honestly, I don't root for this stuff, No.
But the point is, everybody had to have seen that. Everybody had to know that he was suffering from cognitive decline, and the fake news just kept saying, no, conspiracy theory. Everything is a conspiracy theory. All truths are conspiracy theories.
Yeah, even back in 2016 when he was running for office, it was painfully obvious that the guy just wasn't all there, And Kamala Harris is no better, and I guess she's leading the polls nowadays.
Amazing.
Can you believe that?
Amazing.
Like, I think she was above Gavin Newsom in the latest poll by 11 plus points.
It's hard to believe, but I've heard people tell me, I just don't think the Democrat Party has anybody. And I'm like, you're right, they don't. And they won't allow somebody that's a real candidate to come forward. That's just not in the cards because they need to have their little globalist leftist stooge come in so they can, quote unquote, finish the job.
And it can't be a straight white guy, right? That's just rule number one.
Yeah, it probably needs to be. Well, that's why Kamala's leading. She's either Indian, an Indian woman, or an Afro-American woman. I don't know, or whatever, however they label that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be
she's a
typical candidate because they like DEI, right? They don't care about whether the person's qualified or not. They just want to have DEI.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to be the first woman, the first this, the first that. It's got to, it can't be another white guy. We just don't want another white guy. That's all we care about. And that really is going to limit you, folks. Good luck to you, but you're going to end up with a word salad.
Well, they'll want to have a white guy as the vice president to show their belief that women are supreme, kind of like Mark Hamill, the guy from Star Wars. He said, we need to get men in all positions of power and just put women in. And then you look at some of the Star Wars films the new ones that have come out, all the women are in the top positions and the men are beneath them. This is their utopia.
Yeah. And when I see like a 5 foot tall girl come out and just beat the crap out of a bunch of guys that look like The Rock, it's just not that believable, folks. I'm sorry. I sometimes kind of laugh a little bit when those fights go down because it's like, oh yeah, right. Come on. Anyway, we got to go to break. We'll be right back after these messages with more from the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show.
All right, we're on radio break. You know, Wobbly came up with a good one. Camilla always leads at the poll. Okay.
Carmela.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Okay. And by polls, you mean penis?
He's like,
Mark, you're awful hush.
I'm here. You hear me?
Okay. Well, I mean, the scuttlebutt is that she's pretty loose. I don't know. Well, that's what I've heard. But what do I know?
Oh, now he's getting on to me. What? Say it right. All right. He said, Wobbly says she never met a poll she didn't lead. Word for word. Okay. There it is, Wobbly. All right.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he means, she's going to come out campaigning. She's going to come out on a stripper pole. Because look at some Democrats. Remember, they did the twerking thing. There's a bunch of Democrats that ran for high positions that part of their campaign was twerking. Remember the one woman who stuck her head in the sand and twerked with her thong? And she was running for office. Remember that?
God. That's just...
And she was like, 400 pounds on top of it all. So it was like horrifying to even see. I can't remember, but I want to say she stuck her head in the sand and twerked. I can't remember, but it was insane, dude. It's like, this is how you think you're going to win votes?
That wasn't
twerking?
That wasn't Miley?
Miley Cyrus? I don't know who
too. I don't think she's running for office.
I'm going to ask AI because I got to know.
Oh, man. Yeah, that always gives you great answers. Well, tomorrow I should be able to get my truck back. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to the bill, but I'm looking forward to getting my truck back. Yeah. Well, I had them do some extra stuff with the air conditioning and that too, so that added to it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but now you'll be like,
No, I don't like running the air conditioner, but my daughter does. Because, in a V8, it just sucks the gas so fast. But, it's hot. Gotta turn the air conditioner on. Wind the window down. Go 50 to 6. No, you can go 75. Here. No one will say anything. There's places you could probably go 80 or 90 and no one will say anything. All right? Because you're going with
in Texas,
flow,
yeah.
In the flow of traffic. All right? Like from here to Waco, where I'm at to Waco, it's it's all one way, and yeah, so long as you don't have any traffic, you can do that. Yeah, and we'll be right back with hour 2. We ran that one out. That's good. Do 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 do. Let's get the guys back. All right, you guys back?
Yep.
All right. I wanted to let that one run out so that I can take and do this. Good to go. Mm-hmm. Oh, Wobbly says she was a stripper. And I should have fixed. Oh, she should have fixed it herself.
Oh, that's spooky.
How's Blue doing tonight?
She's doing great. I don't know where she is. She's off somewhere.
Chasing squirrels?
No.
Or
Her days of chasing squirrels are gone.
Oh, gophers. And she looks at them now
Yeah,
and
no,
is
she
like,
doesn't.
that's enough of that. I know where the dog bowl and the food is, and he's gonna pet me all night long.
I was hanging out with the crows yesterday, and I was like 10 feet away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And Blue comes up all small, slow and casual, and they let her get within like 5 feet of her. And then finally she sort of lunged at him, and they, jumped. But yeah, in her early day, if she got that close to one, she would have got it. But not
All
not
right,
at
man.
15.
I found out the person who did the twerking.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good.
Tierra Mack, Rhode Island state senator. She did post it was viral no less, TikTok video in July of 2022 during her re-election campaign. In the video, she performed a handstand on a beach while wearing a bikini and twerking, ending with "Vote Senator Mack." But it's crazier than that. She performed a handstand while twerking. So that's what I remember her being upside down. So it's crazy. Upside down twerking as part of her campaign. At the end of the 8-second clip, she stated, "Vote Senator Mack."
Oh, boy.
This is for real, dude. This is the crazy woke world that we live in. This is how they think they can win votes. I mean, it's nuts, dude. It's absolutely nuts.
Well, you said she is a senator, right? So it worked.
Well, she was running for, I need to find out. Did she win? Did she win her re-election?
They'll do anything to get their votes.
Oh my gosh. Yes, she won. She defeated the Republican challenge. Come on, Patricia Morgan. I mean, after that, Patricia Morgan wouldn't have to really do much of anything. Just sound, like she's got some common sense. So they're definitely stealing elections, dude. There's no way anybody's going to go, yeah, I'm going to vote for that lady. This heavy, overweight lady twerking in a thong while doing a handstand as part of her campaign. No one is going to truly vote for that. Maybe a few, but no way, right? Come on. If that's not proof of stolen elections, I don't know what is.
You'd think, but yet here we are.
I mean, I guess it's possible that the left is just, I tend to think that the people that are in control and that are like stooges of those people, they're the extreme left, but then there's a whole swell of people that are just normal Democrats. And they probably didn't vote for that woman. Maybe they did. I don't know. If so, they got issues. I mean, that would be like saying those two gay people that had sex in the Senate, if they ran for office and won because of that.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
John Allen from in Australia is listening to us, and Chemtrails.
What's up,
And
Chemtrails is listening.
Are over on
What's up,
YouTube
Chemtrails? Long time.
listening to us. 30 seconds, fellas.
Chemtrails, man, one of my favorite on mines, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good friend.
Yeah, we used to do the show together quite a bit. Or at least the podcast.
Yeah, he's been on when I've been on a couple of times.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3,
Yeah, long time no see, chemtrails.
2, 1. And you're back live for the second hour right now.
Hello and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 2 for July 15th, 2026. And I don't know about you guys, man. It's been beautiful out here, man. You still getting sprayed? Speaking of chemtrails, man, are you still getting sprayed down there in Oklahoma?
I haven't seen a whole bunch lately, so I don't. But we're still getting a lot of rain, so I don't know. It could just be weather modification and not chemtrails. I don't know. And maybe it's just normal weather. I don't know. But the last week's been pretty good overall. We've actually had a little bit of sunshine. I wouldn't say we've had the typical blue skies with just a few clouds that we would normally see for the month of July. It's been a lot of clouds. They may be normal. They may be real. I don't know. But, we are getting still much more rain than we've ever gotten for this time of the year. Way more.
We're just getting there. We have been dry as a bone out here in Arizona. We're finally starting to get our summer monsoons, which, ironically come in right around the middle of July and right on time. They started coming in just a couple days ago, and it's been wonderful to finally get some rain out here. I mean, forest fires everywhere. It's been pretty dangerous lately, but hopefully that will be a thing of the past. We can get some rain and get back to some, beautiful, safe conditions where we can, have fires outside again and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's beautiful to see. So I don't know. It's very different out here. I don't really see the chemtrails because the humidity's so low that we just they don't tend to form out here. Or if they, spray it, we're so isolated out here, man. It's so the middle of nowhere that, they're going to spray the Grand Canyon. You know what I mean? Or the desert in Utah. It's just, there's no point. I don't know. There's no crops. There's no people really. If they were to spend that kind of money to do that out here, I don't know what they're spraying, right? But maybe we'll have chemtrails on. He can explain it all to us one of these days.
Absolutely. And can we backpedal for 1 second so that people don't
Please.
think it's making stuff up when I was talking about the Democrat that was twerking upside down? That is actually a fact. I did some research. And the person that is in question is Tierra Mack. She's a Democrat, state senator from Rhode Island. And it was in July of 2022 that she posted check this out, folks, a viral campaign video to TikTok in which she performed a handstand on a beach while wearing a thong bikini and twerking. At the conclusion of the 8-second clip, she stated, "Vote Senator Mack." And in case you were wanting to know, she did win her re-election.
And her companion, or running the, her countermeasure in the campaign. I mean, what do you have to do to win that? Just show that video and be like, do you really want this person in your office? Right? Is this who you want representing you? And I would think that'd be a lay down win, but.
Oh man, it's absolute buffoonery. Nobody could take that woman seriously. I mean, she's standing on her head. She weighs, I don't know, quite a bit. I can't remember how much, but extremely overweight, wearing a thong, twerking upside down. What does that have to do with her being able to do a good job? Absolutely nothing. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
So they probably stole the election. Obviously, I think. What are they really voting for these people? Seriously, are they?
Yeah, it depends on the district, right? I mean, there's people in certain districts that works for you,
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, sure. I mean, in some districts, yeah, it's like you're just one of the people, right? Like twerking is not seen as a vulgar, disgusting thing. It's seen as just you're twerking. You're a woman. You got a booty. Twerk it.
Well, okay. Let's just say that's how they see it. It's still buffoonery. It's still ridiculous. It really has nothing to do with running for office. It's just, I don't know.
No,
I don't get it.
I hear you. I hear you, and I agree with you totally. I'm just saying that, there are districts, especially in the state, Senate, where, that might just get you the win. Doesn't work for me. I would rather be, intelligent. Plus, I don't have a butt, so I'm not going to twerk. It's just not going to work for me.
Well, what if Trump had done that for the second term? Do you think the left would have been like, "Oh, that's cool. We get it. You're you're like one of us." I mean,
Trump did a handstand and twerked, I
I don't even want to picture it.
I can't.
It's wrong. Okay. It's just
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
don't give David Hogg from Minds
It's
ideas.
just, oh yeah, smack it, baby, smack it. That's the one.
oh man, the memes would never end.
No, but anyway, if he could do it, though, I think he might actually win some votes because they just say, you know what, the man could do it. The man did it. He did a handstand and twerked. He shaked his booty around in a handstand. I'm going to vote for him. I don't care. Whatever. So, oh, anyway, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to add to that before we move on?
I think we need to move on for sure.
Okay. Oh, Mom Dami, Mom Dookie, what are you doing in New York City, buddy? What are you doing? You know, they had one of the highest year-over-year rent increases in New York City this month from year over year.
I know. I saw that.
It is, yeah, let's see here. DEFCON 1 average rents for a one-bedroom in Manhattan hitting an all-time high of nearly $5,500 last month, with Brooklyn following suit. That's up 8%. Average rent $5,408 for a one bedroom in Manhattan, with studios priced at $4,014. So here's what happens: you freeze the rent. Everyone's rent is frozen. I've got 20 units, and 3 of them are available for rent. Everybody else just got frozen in at the price they're paying. I can't raise their rent next year. So the 3 units I rent, I got to get more money for those. So I raised the rent up to $5,500 for a one bedroom apartment. And you know, the store down below, right? Let's say you got 4 stories. There's 4 or 5 apartments per story, and then you got a restaurant or a bodega downstairs. That bodega is going to also have to feel the pain because he froze rent for residential. He didn't freeze it for the guy downstairs paying for the bodega. So you got to raise his rent, and then any new stuff on the property, you got to raise their rent to make up for it. It's not a bubble, Mom Dami. It's not a bubble. They got to make it up somewhere. And so now New York, thanks to you, has seen the largest year-over-year rent increase in decades, right? 8% this year. When you're promising cheaper rent, what you got to do, Mom Dami, if you want to make the rent go down, get rid of the cops, let crime run rampant, and everybody will move out, and they'll all be really cheap because no one wants to live there. That's the only way you're going to get rent down under your strategies. Empty the prisons, get rid of the cops, let crime run its course, and everybody will run as fast as they can with their possessions and get out of town, and then boom, rent will be affordable again. I don't see any other strategy you're putting together here. I mean, Barry, do you see it?
It sounds like you're giving him some really bad ideas, but at least it might clean up the town. I don't know, if he did that, because like you said, people leave and then they kind of be at square one again, ground zero. Maybe then they could rebuild. I mean, but you got to get people to want to come back then, and you'd have to make it attractive, But yeah. I people buy the whole socialist, the people on the left anyway, they buy the whole socialist communist pitch. We're going to give you stuff for free. It's all going to be wonderful. It's going to be a utopia. When in reality, they're just using it as a way to crash everything down.
And we've seen hundreds of grocery stores close in New York City in anticipation of what Mom Dami wants to do with this $30 million grocery store he's opening up in Harlem. He's got plans to open 5 of these things, 1 in each borough. And they're running out real grocery stores that have been there for years because they can't compete with it. But yet they can't compete with it. Who's going to be? I mean, there's 1 in all of Manhattan, let's say, and it's up in Harlem, and you live downtown. You're not going to take the subway all the way up to Harlem to go get slightly cheaper groceries and then lug them on like a cart or something onto the subway and back down. You know how hard it is to take 10 bags of groceries across town? It's impossible. You got to put them in a cab and spend $60 to get down there with them. Now you didn't save anything. So he's just running out viable business because they're afraid of this boogeyman that they think he's going to create, but he can't even create it. He's going to spend $30 million on 1 grocery store. It will never break even if you spend $30 million to kick off one grocery store. You'll never, in the private sector, you'd never make money on that. You know, it would take you decades to break even. And yet he's going to run the whole thing at a loss so that they can get affordable groceries out to the people. So you have to run at a loss now. And when you're running at a loss, you're just flooding the market. You're taking over everyone else. You're selling milk for way cheaper. It's horrible. It's horrible is what I'm saying. They're going to be left with food deserts all over New York by the time he's done. But, you know, Barry, you say it 1,000 times. That's the goal, right?
Mhm.
That's the whole goal of what you're doing. You got to tear down the system to be able to rebuild it.
That's right. And I think that's exactly why, and we said this on the show, I did before, that Trump said vote for Cuomo so that Danny could win, so that dichotomy could be created and see, look, this is what the left wants. And you can see how terrible it actually is. So when Trump said vote for Cuomo, that made pretty much the independents that didn't like Trump and all the Democrats vote for Danny. And that's just helping to create the dichotomy that these people are literally trying to collapse everything. And so it works to our favor. Like I said, and then when he became the mayor, remember Trump goes, "Oh yeah, I like Danny. He's a great guy. I think he's going to do great." See, what gets me about the woke right is they're always taking everything Trump says as like that's exactly what he means. No, there's a lot of satire in what he says, and he says things off to throw people off his scent. This is so typical Trump, and yet the woke right goes, "Look, he said he likes Danny." No, he doesn't, folks. He's just playing him. Come on.
Exactly. You know, he wants to have a working relationship. He doesn't want to see New York fail, right? But at the same time, if this yo-yo is going to get elected and the people are really going to put him into power, then maybe they deserve a little taste of the socialist medicine that they're voting for.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they deserve to get a hold of some of those ramifications, right?
Oh, you're 100% right. Trump would love to work with Danny. 100% would love to make New York City better, but his hands are tied because everything Danny is doing is not American. It's this socialist communist nonsense that's actually going to destroy New York City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what they need to do is build, you know, a million, have a 4-year project to build 1 million new apartments in New York City. You know, if they're going to have open borders and be a sanctuary and all these other things, you need to build at least 1 million new, you know, projects in the city. And you need to have those investors be willing to come in and put the money down. And right now he's scaring them off. He's saying, look, man, we're going to tax your wealth. We're going to tax everything about you. You go outside where it's going to be $100, right? And so they're leaving. They're fleeing like crazy. I mean, he went out and with the guy from Citadel, I forget his name, but Imam Dami did a commercial right in front of his house where he said, look, we're going to go after you. This guy lives here. He called him out by name, lives in this apartment, doesn't live in the city. This is the kind of place that we're going to tax the heck out of, you know, because we can. Of course, the next thing you know, he puts his place up for sale. He moves his business down to Florida, and he's gone. He never looks back. And he's sitting on a $6 billion potential investment through Citadel that they are now calling pending. They're now saying we may or may not do it. We don't know. We don't know what kind of work environment New York is going to be over the next, say, 10 years if they're going to go down this route. If Mamdani gets a couple terms, nobody's going to want to touch that city. Look what they did to Donald Trump. The city of New York, the Southern District, went after Donald Trump for what they called falsifying the values of his properties to get loans illegally from Bank of America. So they said to him, you went after one of the most sophisticated banks in the world to try to get a loan off a $200 million high-rise in Manhattan that was really only a $180 million high-rise in Manhattan. And so you lied to them when you said it was worth $200 million. Therefore, we're going to take you down. We're going to sue you for everything you're worth. Any real estate investor that looked at that and said, wow, either A, they're doing this purely for political reasons to try to take down Donald Trump because he wants to run for president, or B, they're going to do this to anybody who files for a loan and declares the value of their property to be slightly higher than what the city or the Southern District of New York or some DA thinks the value should be. And this was the same nutbag DA who said Mar-a-Lago was worth $19 million.
Mm. Oh yeah,
You know,
that's way
you're
off.
going to run off serious people. The only way any serious person is going to stay in New York is if they say, well, they only did that to Donald Trump because it was political and he was running for president. I don't need to worry. As long as I don't run for president, they're not going to take me down and take all my money because I mischaracterize the value of a property by 5-10%, which every real estate investor does. Everybody does it. What's my building worth? My building's worth 400 million. Well, maybe 350, right? But you're going to save 400 because you're a businessman. You know, if it's worth 400 million, that's more I can do. That's more leverage. That's more strings. That's more power. That's more leverage. Either way, it's up to some Southern District of New York DA to make the case whether you need to be taken down. And with this tone of this mayor's office, man, I would not be looking at New York City as a place to do business in any way, shape, or form. But what do I know? What do I know? You can set up in Texas, and it's all a lot smoother and easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like he's being very inclusive to everybody. I don't think he's running New York City for everybody. He seems to have some favorites. There's been a lot of videos coming out from different groups saying that they're being excluded and he's biased and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, you can't really run a city and not be running a city for everyone. And clearly there's probably, from what I can tell anyway, a strong Muslim bias as well and an anti-Jewish bias as well.
Yeah, with the World Cup coming there next week, he's put out a map of all the districts of New York, little Somalia, you know, little Palestine, little this, little that. But he left out little Italy, and he left out any, you know, little Israel or little Jewish enclaves, which have been there forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And when you put together the Jews and the Italians, you're talking about like 15-20% of the whole city.
Right.
That you just leave out of the equation. And Little Italy is a phenomenal tourist destination in New York City. And it's a hell of a lot safer than many of these other little places out in the Bronx he's sending people to. Little Palestine and way out in the Bronx, have fun with that one. Just go to Little Italy and have some pizza, okay? You'll be way better off. It's right downtown.
And a lot of the Italian people were not happy about it as well, you know. They were vocal about it, spoke out about it, and you can't really be the mayor and not represent everyone.
Well, and the first thing you really want to do is piss off the mafia, you know? Because the mafia doesn't exist anymore, right? Not even a thing anymore in New York. You don't even got to worry about them. Don't worry about it, right? No, Mr. Mayor, you don't got to worry about the mafia.
I don't know about that. Who knows? It may still exist, but I mean, he's clearly biased. You know what I'm saying? He's clearly showing favoritism, and then he'll use that in other ways, as we've talked about before on the show. You know, because it's all about giving favors to those that you favor.
Yeah, and I was kind of being tongue-in-cheek about the mafia. I guarantee it still exists in some form or another. You know, its remnants are still there in the form of very, very wealthy, powerful people that may be legitimate now, but have certainly, you know, got those roots, and those roots are very strong, and they're not afraid to flex them every now and then when the appropriate moment comes, when you got a mayor who disrespects you and doesn't really think that you're part of the city. When something like the World Cup comes around, and hey, you know, I think you're way better off going to Little Italy is all I'm saying, folks. Chinatown, you know, don't go out to random, really strong enclaves way out in Brooklyn or the Bronx or so. Just trust me, in New York, you don't really want to leave the beaten path. Okay, there are places tourists go and there's places tourists don't go. Stick to the places tourists go. But on that, we got to take a break. Folks, we'll be right back with more right after these messages.
Great job.
Well, you're not going to get any barbecue pork over there in the Pakistan place. What is it?
Yeah.
If you like your pulled pork, your barbecue pulled pork, you're not going to find it there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Little Pakistan doesn't have it. Little Texas does.
That's right. Do they have that?
A Texas enclave in New York City. I don't know, man.
They probably got
That'd be cool, though.
They got barbecue places, though, for sure.
No. Taxes are too
Yeah.
high. They came back
Man,
down.
I'm getting hungry again. Start talking. Every time, we do the show at around dinner time, so I always get hungry when we start talking.
Wobbly says rice and bananas. Oh yeah, the Puerto Ricans and the Hispanics up there.
Isn't that a Somalian thing from Minnesota?
What, rice and bananas?
Yeah.
Could be.
I think I remember that. I remember that from the Nick Shirley days.
Yeah, I remember something about that. I do.
Yeah, I remember. What was it? Hearing Jimi Hendrix say something about it back in the day. He's like, "Oh yeah, I go to New York, and slip on the banana pills." I'm like, okay. The yellow brick road. It's not yellow. He goes, "It's not yellow. It's banana pills." Yeah, Wobbly says yes. Yeah. You heard that one too? Uh-huh. Let's check on chemtrails. And John.
Oh, I think that you're right.
Yeah.
What you said, John, because I looked it up on AI, and the left actually, according to AI, says that her supporters framed the twerking incident as an act of authentic self-expression and a challenge to traditional, often exclusionary norms of political behavior.
Sure. Okay. I hope they keep telling themselves that.
So you hit the nail on the right there on the head, man. That's bam.
Yeah, I mean, in certain districts, sure. Because, we're talking state districts, so they're not big. It's not like a congressional district or something,
Yeah, but what's next, I mean, if they these same people believe in, posting, because a lot of them are like, that one Democrat couple, they were doing OnlyFans stuff. So what are they going to start doing? Posting that to say, look, hey, we're just like you. We do OnlyFans. I mean, that's next. I remember there was that Democrat woman and her husband, and they were doing OnlyFans, and she was running for, I don't know, Congress or something. And so I guess it's a selling point for these people. I don't know. I just didn't know that. I just didn't think it went that far. It's got to be a fringe, though. Has to be. I can't imagine that that's like a widespread belief, right? Like, that was cool, man. The way she stood on her head and did that twerking, all that.
You think that's easy?
All that cellulite flopping around, man, that was beautiful. Yeah. You think that's easy? She weighs 400 pounds standing on her head and twerking? That doesn't come easy. That's like lots of training, dude.
Yeah.
Hours of rigorous training. Or at least a six-pack before he goes out and tries it.
And at 400 pounds, you can't just do that in your kitchen. You got to be on a concrete floor. You bust right through the basement.
I hope David's listening tonight. I really do. I can't wait to see, some of the crazy stuff he'll put up later. I wonder if Adam doesn't get too crazy. He does all right though. We're under 30 seconds though.
And I love how the left words things like it sounds profound. You know what I mean? Self-expression and challenge to traditional, often exclusionary norms of political behavior. It just sounds so intelligent.
Anyways, here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live for the last segment right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 2, July 15, 2026. Having a good time, getting into everything going on in the world with my good buddy, Bullhorn Barry. Barry, where can we find you on Twitter?
Bullhorn Barry on X. Yeah, just
Wow.
do a search and
Good to know.
please subscribe and send me a comment if you will.
And when I call it Twitter, do I sound like a boomer? Is that like or do people still call it that? Are the kids still calling it Twitter, or are they all calling it X now?
I think the kids are calling it X, but I'm kind of a boomer, so I think I kind of fall back on Twitter too. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep. And what about your MySpace? Where can people find you on MySpace?
That and Napster, I don't know. I think I'm being censored on those two sites.
Are you comfortable giving out your Yahoo email?
No, probably not.
Oh Lordy.
I am on.
They are.
If you want to go to Truth Social, I'm over there as well. Freedom Fighter Victor, or you can just search Bullhorn Barry and you'll find me there.
Mm-hmm. And I know you as Freedom Fighter Victor over on Minds. Folks, you can find me over on Minds.com as well at Censorship Sucks. It's where I post all the articles that I refer to every week in my show. So please feel free to go over there and take a look through them so you know what's going on when we do the show, and you can kind of be, up to speed on what we're all talking about. And if you want to question what I said, what's he talking about, go over to my feed and look up the article, and you'll see all the sources right there. Next, we're going to talk about an article here from Zero Hedge. Permanent switch to daylight savings time easily passes U.S. House. The vote was 318 to 117. That's the number we should have seen for the SAVE Act, but no, we're getting it for permanent daylight saving time, which is fine by me. I live in Arizona. We don't do daylight saving. So the rest of the country is just catching up to us. I think it'll be great. I'll just have to figure out where my show will finally land. Is that summertime hours or wintertime hours, right? Like, in other words, I do it at 3 o'clock in the summer and 2 o'clock in the winter.
You'll be fine. Just wait for the call.
Yeah, there you go. I can do that too. But anyway, that's the thing. It's probably going to pass. What do you think of that, Barry? Is it time to end this thing? I mean, I've hated it.
Well,
for years.
I always hate losing an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I prefer to gain an hour, get an extra hour of sleep, et cetera, et cetera. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. So I think the best thing to do is just not do it at all. But whatever, either way, it's not the end of the world either way, in my opinion. I don't have any strong conviction about it either way.
It's just here you are going into the winter, and the days are getting shorter and shorter, and the sun's going down sooner and sooner, and then bam, let's make it go down an hour earlier. Instead of coming home when it's just getting dark, let's make sure you come home now and it's pitch dark. Right? It's just one of those things. I don't see the need for it in modern day. I get it back when, you needed that extra hour in the morning, because working on the farm and kids going to school or whatever. But I just don't see it today. In today's modern age, kids aren't going to be lined up in the dark, I don't think, unless you're really far north.
Yeah, your summers, though, the night times are brighter, and a lot of people like that.
Yeah, exactly. You come home from work, you got several hours of daylight still. You can go out and enjoy, your patio that you spent so much to build. It's actually use the thing.
Yeah, so
let's in the winter, forget about it.
However they set the clock, they set it like that.
Yeah. So there we are. That looks like it's going to be a thing. E. Jean Carroll is in the news. She actually just got awarded $5.62 million payment from Donald Trump. So he paid her. She's got $5.6 million rattling around in her checking account right now. Minus probably a whole bunch of the lawyers.
Oh, I got a prediction, man. In 5 to 7 years, it'll all be gone. Watch.
Years? Or months?
She'll waste it, because she didn't earn it.
I bet.
Because it never happened, probably. Most people, I would say the overwhelming strong majority of people do not believe that he raped that woman. There's just no proof of it.
Yeah, and by the time you're done with paying out the lawyers, and I'm not sure what the tax implications on this are, and then all your friends think you're loaded because you got 5.6 million. You're like, wait a minute, I really only got like 1.3 million, and now you guys think like I'm loaded and I have to pay for everything forever now. It's just one of those things. You get people coming out of the woodwork. You got the free money. Give me some of the free money. I need to, borrow some of the free money so I can start a business or whatever. And it just all gets pissed away and you never see it again. So yeah, like you say, 5-6 years, easy. Maybe even 5-6 months.
Who knows? But yeah, and I should probably backpedal a little bit. He wasn't convicted of raping her. That's wrong.
No,
I forget. It was like, what was the actual
defamation?
Yeah.
Let's see. Previously reached a verdict, E. Jean Carroll rape defamation case, in order Trump to pay her $5 million. So they're calling it rape/defamation, but it was defamation related to the rape. He said she's a liar, she's a scumbag, and all this stuff, and she sued him for that.
Yeah, he was never convicted of rape in any shape, fashion, form, or way.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I've got a quote here from her talking about how rape is sexy during a CNN interview with Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. E. Jean Carroll did not prove Trump raped her. However, the jury said E. Jean Carroll provided Trump sexually abused her when he inserted his fingers into her vagina. Ooh. Which I don't even believe because she didn't know where it was. She didn't,
Well, she knew the dress she was wearing, but the dress hadn't even been made yet.
Mm. Yeah, there are all kinds of weird discrepancies.
It seems like it was all fraudulent and in an area where, it was pretty easy to convict Trump because they believed all the lies about him. But nowadays, I think many people, including corporate heads, I'm hearing now, come out and say, I was lied to about Trump. He's not the enemy. He's not a bad guy. He's actually not only a good president, but a very likable guy once you get to know him. Same thing when Democrats meet us and they come to our rallies. They're never threatened by us. They go, wow, they're actually nice. What's up with that?
Yeah. And again, this happened, I think, I want to say in like the 80s, at a time when Donald Trump had every woman in the city wrapped around his finger. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't really need to do anything like this. He was just such a player. Like, every model was there. Like, you want to take me home? Let's go. You're freaking Donald Trump.
I mean, I just don't buy it at all. I never saw any evidence that it happened. There's, she's talking about some sort of incident that happened, 20 years ago? How long ago was it?
I want to say it was like in the 80s, which would put it, 30, 40 years ago.
It's the whole thing is outrageous, man.
Yeah, it really is. And anyway, it is what it is, though. She's got $5 million in her pocket, which is like nothing to Trump anyway. It's what does Trump care about that? Let's see, get rid of that one. We've got an article here talking about this American woman who moved to Berlin or moved to Ireland and married a Palestinian, or no, he was Jordanian. Had all these wonderful, pro-Palestine rallies they went to and whatnot, and he brutally beat her to death and then went missing, just disappeared from the face of the earth.
And didn't she convert to Islam as well?
Yeah, it's all that good stuff. He's just been arrested, though, in Jordan. So they tracked this guy down in Jordan. So he took off and literally went back to the Middle East, and they got him. But yeah, that was one of these, liberals who came out and just, hey, this is all good. You guys should try it. Being married to a Muslim man is the best, and, yada, yada. He lived in some sort of not a detention center, but a facility, a hotel, where they put everybody up. And boom, he just, for whatever reason, brutally killed her. And it's such a shame. It's such a shame. I don't know, man. Not everyone's like this, but boy, this is an ugly one,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of moderate Muslims that are Americans that have been here for a long time, and they're great people. I know some of them, but these medical ones, there's way too many of them because they just let anybody and everybody in without any kind of checks and balances. And what do you expect is going to happen? Of course, this kind of thing's going to happen. It's going to happen frequently.
Yeah. In Germany, they just put out an official crime stats report, and 15% of the population is now committing 53% of the gang rapes. So
Yeah,
we've seen those kind of ratios before, 13% and 50%, I think it is in the US, but over there it's 15% of the population, 53% of the gang rapes.
I saw that exact stat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not to say it's everyone. Again, there's wonderful people in those communities, but do you really feel like you need to bring them in as fast as humanly possible with no vetting when
Right.
this is the kind of outcome that is predictable?
Well, it's giving them the exact outcome that they want. Then they can usher in all their little, sort of, what do you want to call authoritarian measures to sort of, bring in their agenda. You got to have chaos in order to bring forth an unpopular agenda. And that's what the whole purpose of all that was.
Mm-hmm.
And a slew of other things as well, which we've talked about on the show also.
Yeah, it's pro-woman. Everything is pro-women and women, women first, and women are being abused, and yet, but yet then they do this. And who are the victims here? Who are they raping? They don't often rape men. They do, but not as often,
And then
but
they say, it's on you. You need to go out, don't go out after 8 o'clock, or don't wear a skirt, or don't wear shorts, like all of a sudden they're the bad people. It's insane.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, ladies, if you just wear a full burqa, you're going to be safe. You're going to be fine. You will not get touched. I guarantee it. You can walk through the shadiest parts of town and you won't be touched. But do you want that life? Is that what you want in Germany?
Well, they want the other culture to take over because they don't believe in cultures anymore.
Yeah, it's
They don't want
multicultural.
people to have national pride. They don't want people to have national sovereignty. They don't even want people to have individual sovereignty. This is a globalist agenda at the end of the day, and they're using the left to bring it forward.
Mm-hmm. Diversity is our strength.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, man.
Diversity is our strength, crowd, man. They just they can't even define what a woman is, let alone do anything to try to protect them. And then anytime you bring this up, well, they say, well, so many German men rape women. It's native German men are the real problem still. Okay,
Yeah.
what? Until it's +1, until they finally surpass them by 1 rape a year, and then maybe we can say this is a problem. But the problem is German men, sure. Okay, but at least it's you can't easily prevent that. I'm saying you can just turn off the border and suddenly it's easily preventable. This part of the problem is you're not going to see it increase anymore. It'll stop right here, right? And at least work to get the rapists that are known out of there. Re-immigration. Stop letting people in willy-nilly. And they say you can't just do it. I saw some guy the other day say on the BBC, we can't just stop it. How are we going to stop it? He's like, Trump did it. It can be done. Trump just did it. Well, he didn't do it in his first term. Okay, he didn't do it in his first term. But guess what? He did it day 1 in his second term, and it worked.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it just goes back to what we're saying. The leftist Democrats, or whatever you want to call them, in all these different nations that are pushing this agenda, they're all demonizing their own national flag. We get that here in America, where the left is demonizing the American flag. It's bad. It's a representation of white supremacy and racism and homophobe and xenophobe and America sucks, America's ugly, blah, blah, blah. And that's because that's the globalist agenda to destroy national sovereignty, individual sovereignty, so that they can push their global governance, which they're making headway on that all over the world in a plethora of different ways.
Mhm.
Every single day I read all the different ways that the technocrats and the globalists are working to move to some sort of global control. And probably AI is going to be at the helm of that.
Hmm. There was a town, a city council in the UK, or in England specifically, that banned the St. George flag the other day because so many people were putting them up regarding the World Cup that they banned them. And then they showed video yesterday of these guys going around from the city council clipping down and taking down the flags, the flag of England during the World Cup when they're in the semifinals. If
Wow.
that doesn't show you just how far they're willing to go and not get threat, any feedback from that, not have anybody stand up and say, "What are you doing?" You know, I get it if this was, a month from now, 2 months from now, but it's right smack dab, like the day of the World Cup in happening in America, and you're doing this. Like there's no way around it, man. They hate the country. If you are in the middle of the World Cup and you can't celebrate
Yep.
being English and being in the semifinals and be like, man, that's cool. Look at all these flags everywhere. How cool is this? Once in a lifetime. The last time they won it was in I want to say 67. Right? It's been like this one dude's out here in America and he's like 25, 30 years old on YouTube talking about it. And he's like, my dad had me the last time, this happened. It's like, or no, my dad was barely alive. He didn't even remember. My grandfather was telling me about it. Right. So he's just like, this is just literally a once in a lifetime opportunity. I mean, I don't really appreciate that with the World Cup because, we don't watch it like that. But, for many of these countries to take that World Cup home is just a massive thing that happens once in a lifetime. If you're lucky, and here they are on the verge of doing it. And there's just city councils that say, no, you can't celebrate. It's a fire hazard. It's a fire hazard. My flag is a fire hazard. Thank you very much. I'm willing to take that risk. Most people would say, hey, if my house burns down because I had the flag flying, so what? We'll get insurance and we'll build a new one. I'm not going to not fly my flag because the lightning could strike it. And boy, that would be dangerous. I could burn the house down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Get you worked up.
I can remember when Trump was the president the first time around, I would tell people that were in positions of power, well, I can't wear any of my MAGA stuff, because they say I'm in a position of a power and authority. I said, well, okay, here's what you do then. Just wear patriotic garb. And that's what I would do because, I had a position of power at the church I was attending at the time, and I didn't want to cause any division, so I just wore patriotic stuff. I had a patriotic cap, a patriotic hat, I had patriotic pants, patriotic shirts, patriotic wristbands. I mean, I was decked out every time I came to church, and the leftists lost their marbles because they couldn't say anything, because if they did, they would be saying they hate America, because there was nothing political about it. It was just straight up patriotism. And
yeah.
So that's one way you get around it. You got to strategize, improvise, and adapt, as I like to say so often. And, that's what I like on X. I'm being throttled. I'm pretty sure of that because I used to get up to, a few thousand views. I'm lucky to get maybe 30 views on a post now. So I went into the comments and all of a sudden I'm getting, 60, 70, and 100,000 views. So clearly I'm being throttled on my page because of the algorithm, because as Elon said, we believe in free speech, but with limited reach. X is not truly free speech. So once you say something that the algorithm doesn't like, it can begin to bottleneck you. It can throttle you. And I'm definitely being throttled on X. In my opinion.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it is what it is. You're never going to find that fair platform that's going to push you. I mean, there are a couple out there. Minds.com is one of them, but it just doesn't have the audience that X does. Sadly, it could have if Elon had bought Minds instead of X. It would have cost him a fraction. He would have grown it into, probably a bigger competitor today. But that's a story for another day.
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like his idea though it's either free speech or it's not. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. There is such thing as limited reach free speech. We're gonna make sure that nobody gets to hear you. It's based on what people want to hear. If people want to hear it, that's what determines whether or not your speech has any relevance, or at least whether or not it should be heard. It may not be relevant, but it should be heard.
Exactly. It
Be
should
the people
be.
inside that.
Yeah, it should get traction based on the number of comments and interactions and people, enjoying it, liking it, seeing it. Um, if if nobody cares, nobody cares, right? It's everything can't go viral. It's got to have some sort of a level of interest to it for for that to happen. But it shouldn't be based on punishment for you might say something, so we're not going to let you grow. It shouldn't be that type of a system. But sadly, we have no control over any of that. We just live with the systems that we've got to work with and do our best, which is why we're here at the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, getting the word out to as many people about what's going on in the world. And Marco Rubio is bringing together 70 different nations to have a seminar or a big meeting in Washington, D.C. this week regarding far left terrorism. Okay, Antifa specifically, and some of the threats that they represent to so many different countries around the world. And I'll tell you what, this is a good thing. It's an international terrorist organization. It needs to be treated as such. These are the people that are going to destroy our nation if we give them enough rope to do it. It's Amy Coney Barrett just said the other day that, she's talking like she's defeated, like she might even step down from her Supreme Court role because it's too dangerous to her and her family. She's got little kids, and those little kids are getting, dox threats. Somebody said that there are gunshots going off at her house and whatnot, and one of her kids walks outside to go meet a friend, and bam, there's 20 cops outside with guns. That are there to respond to a shooting that's taking place in her house. Fortunately, she had her own security dispatch that immediately told the cops, hey, there's nothing here. Don't worry about it. So when the kid walked outside, he wasn't shot instantly. But those types of things scare the crap out of a parent, out of a mom. And so, it's real. It's out there, folks. And they're making life very untenable for people in power, like, the Supreme Court justices. Making their lives very dangerous. Look at Charlie Kirk, right? How many more people, how many more dead conservatives does it take before we start taking them seriously? And so, he's bringing together a group of people from around the world to talk about this, 70 different nations represented. And hopefully they'll come up with some strategies to start nipping this stuff in the bud so that we don't see these revolutionaries taking over in different countries around the world. They need to stop. All the U.S. aid money dried up, and now we just don't see the riots happening. Have you seen any major riots in every city you can lay your hands on? Right, Barry? Not happening this year because they shut down U.S. aid.
And speaking of Mark Rubio, he just came out talking about the International Criminal Court, another globalist entity, exposing the very fact that there are globalists who basically want to undermine American sovereignty. They want to be able to arrest Americans. It's insane.
Yeah, and try them in foreign lands for things that aren't even illegal in the United States.
Exactly.
Not going to happen. There's no way we would succumb to that. And you know what? Biden would have. I think, if I recall correctly, Biden signed an executive order to put us on track to do that, to be part of that.
Oh,
he gave up ICANN.
Mm-hmm.
ICANN, the Internet Registry for all the domains, he gave that up. I think it's run in Germany now, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas we controlled that forever, why wouldn't we keep control of that? It makes no sense. But hey, liberals will do that. They do liberal things. They hand over unnecessarily power to tyrants around the world, like the ICC, that we have to suddenly live under. I don't know. We got about a minute left, Barry. What do you say on all this stuff?
Yeah, well, I just want to quote something Mark Rubio said. He said, the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute. The ICC has no jurisdiction over the United States, our allies, and our citizens. This is a political stunt designed to delegitimize Israel and undermine American sovereignty. And he actually is seeking to get arrests out of the deal for some of these people that are doing some of this stuff. So he's pushing for that. And I think that Trump is fully aware, as is Rubio, of the New World Order and the fact that they want to undermine sovereignty and have world governance and all this other stuff. So we've got the right president in at the right time, folks. Believe me, if we had a Biden or Kamala in, we would be embracing the new liberal world order, and it would be tyranny and it would be hellish.
Mm-hmm. Amen. On that note, folks, we're going to leave. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We will see you on Sunday night, 9:00 p.m. right here Eastern Time on this channel. Otherwise, stay tuned for more from DREAGUS Productions right after these messages.
Great job, guys. Great job. I'll get this up and out like I always do.
Great job, Mark. Cool. Thanks.
Thanks.
And, yeah, always appreciate you, man.
All right. See you Sunday.
Down.
Say hi to Jack.
Yep.
Down
I'm
with the
going to
New
get
World
Jack
Order.
set up and going here. All right. Guys, take care.
All right, say hi.
All
All right.
See
I
ya.
will.
Take it easy.
All right, man. Let's see if he kills the room.
All right. That was Censorship Sucks. Getting ready for Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio with Jack Carey. Look out. Get Jack up and running here in a sec. There's Jack. Hey Jack, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good tonight.
Get my camera on here.
We
Sure.
had kind of a rough week earlier, but my truck went down. Water pump went out on it. So I had to get a new one put in it and get my AC worked on while it was in the shop. So I might as well, kill two birds with one stone.
Right.
Yeah, I'll get it back tomorrow. But
Oh boy.
yeah,
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's always a pain in the butt.
yeah, it is what it is. But hey, got to do what you got to do, right?
Right. That's exactly right. So, but that is a pain in the butt.
Yeah. So what you got for us tonight, Jack?
Oh my gosh, we're going to be talking about the details of how all the pieces of the puzzle come together in a way we've never seen before, and how to fly a UFO. They're all kind of part of one and the same thing.
Cool.
So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to take one out for a spin or two.
I know, right?
It probably gets better mileage than my truck. I don't know if it carries as much, but it may. It just may. But the guys from Censorship Sucks said hi too, and John wanted me to pass that on to you.
Awesome.
And he said he hopes you had a great show.
Awesome. Those guys are super, super cool and super nice.
I was on over the weekend with Sandra from Coffee Talk with Sandra, and I was a game show, not contestant, but they were asking me questions like Hollywood Squares. They did this thing, and it was kind of cool. We did a whole bunch of stuff about Betty and Barney Hill questions on my end, and I got the secret square a couple times. So I was the secret square, I should say, yeah. So, it was quite exciting. And she's probably going to be reaching out to others from us to see if they want to come on to it, too. It's called Foxhole Squares or something like that, it's called. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. I haven't been able to get a hold of Connie. But I'm still going to try to reach out to her. It's been a busy week.
Yeah, I bet. Well, that's fine. We'll get her eventually, and hopefully she will come on the show. That would be fantastic. And maybe even Peniston. We can hope big.
Maybe we can get Jim in here too. That'd be great. It'd be really cool to get Jim in too, because for me, I'm an Air Force guy and he was one. All right, so
Right.
Well, we got a little under a minute. We should be coming up here real soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with 30 seconds. All right, look out, cats, dogs, kids, curtain climbers, and crumb beggars. Here comes your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live for the reverse time tonight, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid. They're sitting right here with me. And they mean business on the security end. I've heard them bark 2 or 3 times tonight, so they're not messing around. This has been an amazing week, just for me personally, on research aspects, just on the overall UFO file picture. Kind of got a glimpse of some really good detail that I'm going to be talking about tonight that will sort of, I hope, bring all of the pieces of the puzzle together into one central coherent whole. And the interesting thing about it is that this sort of really might be the most interesting rabbit hole of all once you go down it. I don't mean to be too mysterious about it, but we're going to explore the actual mechanics of how to fly a UFO for real. How it's accomplished and how it is done by psionic assets that the government has, let's loosely call it employed to perform such functions. And the testimony of Jake Barber, the testimony of Michael Herrera, the testimony of Dr. Greer, the testimony of lots of various really high-profile individuals have now all come together in a way that's going to present a really interesting picture for you guys on what's happening behind the scenes, behind the curtain of the UFO enigma, as far as how it's interfaced with our government and what appears to be some pretty dark, sinister human elements on this planet. And we'll have to get to that too. I wanted to discuss also tonight something fun, something cool. We're going to be discussing the idea of the glom. That's spelled GLOM. The glom is what the Anunnaki used to live within on this planet. That's how far back the phrase or word goes. These were what appear to have been somewhat like electromagnetic bubbles that they employed around their living structures in order to basically absorb energy from galactic center, which is what, as I have mentioned time and again, is kind of what our upswing of the Kali Yuga is all about on this planet. They timed their invasion of the Earth with about 250,000 in number, at a time when the Earth was on its upswing of the Kali Yuga, and they did so because their lifespans are somewhat dependent upon exposure to these energy rays from galactic center. That's what creates really long lifespans for different kinds of biological life. And, you know, the human idea of the glom, which is something discussed in my circles anyway. And I should add, I do have my YouTube crew along with me this evening, so that'll be fun for them to hear about this as well. But the human idea of the glom is to, and I should preface this with the idea that this is something difficult to obtain. And obtain might be the wrong word. It's something difficult to structure and build out of your existing housing. Let's put it that way. But the idea is to carefully layer after layer of different kinds of systems to your existing structure that will allow you to not only be completely grid free, but also allow you to spend extended periods of time within it without ever having to leave. And this isn't to like present some sort of scare scenario about, you know, an apocalyptic future about to happen or anything like that. The idea is that you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And if something ever does arise, it doesn't matter because the structure that you have built, the glom, as it were, is so self-contained and self-regulating that it's unnecessary for you to leave the safety of your structure for a prolonged period of time. And people are like, well, what do you mean by systems? Well, first of all, systems like solar and air power connected to a generator-like system that isn't dependent upon, you know, even natural gas coming from the gas company. On our particular property, there's raised vegetable flower beds and stuff that you can grow ample amounts of food in. Part of that is completely fenced off, walled off to the rest of the property, and that's a bit of land that's about a third of an acre that's just enough to to keep completely secure and to grow ample amounts of food, more than what you'll ever really consume in that amount of land. And I talk about all of this and how to do this particular aspect of growing your food in a new book. It's called The Urban Homesteader. It is out there. I included extensive research, even for people who live in like an apartment-like environment, how they can become self-sustaining even in a space like that. So the technology does exist. It is out there. It is possible. But if you live in a self-contained structure of some kind, then it's much easier for you to go about putting into place the various systems that you need. And there would be, of course, an accent on medical self-sufficiency, so the storage of crucial medicines, the knowledge of how to do certain things medically, and even close access to like medical installations is a good idea for your glom. But the idea is that you create a environment that isn't just self-sustaining, but it's a healing type of environment for you. That not only could you stay there almost indefinitely without engaging with the rest of the world, but you can do so in comfort, and you can do so in a way that extends your lifespan. That's the whole idea. And it's something that's kind of spreading out there in kind of the dark undercurrents of the internet right now. I think pretty soon you'll begin to hear that phrase and terminology. And, it takes time. It takes effort. Imagine, securing a property, then building somewhat of a barrier on that property, putting into place raised beds that you can grow ample amounts of vegetables in that are then canned and kept, throughout the winter. Generator systems running off of solar and wind that are powering deep freezers that house the meat that you need for however long. And in this particular structure that we have moved into in the Dakota territories is, it's the equivalent of a full 2-story house underground. And then there's a top part of the structure on which there's a big sunroom and everything. I'll do a video kind of tour one of these days of what it's like in our kind of development of what we're terming our glom. And it's been a fun experiment to do, cool stuff to do. You will find in the Dakotas lots of structures in various areas that are at least halfway built underground, and that has to do with the harsh winters of the Dakotas and stuff like that. So it's a natural place to kind of find living quarters in space that is located underground, that you can still have an above ground presence and still grow your food and do all that kind of stuff, and still have a secured outdoor area that you don't have to worry about stuff. So anyway, that's something that has been on my mind of late because we keep kind of developing this property. Recently, with the inclusion of American giant pillar trees. So look into those if you have a property and you're looking for like windbreaks, the kind of windbreaks that farmers use on the Great Plains of North America. These things grow at the rate of about 5 feet in height per year, topping out at around 20 feet, and they grow around 5 feet wide. And they're evergreen like trees, so they stay green and healthy year round. They can support heavy snowfall, and like I said, they break wind really, really well. I just said break wind, isn't that funny? But they are a great windbreaker. Farmers here in the Dakotas use them, basically plant walls of them around their farmhouses and their farms about, a third of an acre out, so that these harsh winds that blow through in the wintertime don't just completely decimate you, because they can, it can get 70 below here. And that's not like an unusual thing for that to occur. So when I say wastelands of the Dakota territories, I mean it, especially in the wintertime. But that's a good thing for us. It keeps a lot of people away. There's a very small population in the Dakota territories, and it's a great place if you're somebody who cherishes being away from large population centers and being somewhat self-sufficient, etc. You could do a lot worse than the Dakota territories. So look into that. And some contacts of mine, some of my sources, and yes, my sources can be wrong, but these particular guys are often right, are telling me that Trump's mystery speech tomorrow is going to drop a bomb on people that nobody's really expecting at the moment, and that kind of details out like this. So Trump apparently has the goods, the actual proof that the voting machines were in fact tampered with and that it led to false election results, right? People are like, no way. Well, turns out that this software was originally developed by Venezuela's version of our MIT. It was then acquired by Nicolas Maduro, and Maduro used it in order to win the election. In fact, it won, it performed so well that they then exported that software to other South American countries where it performed the same function, and those elections are now all in question. Little did we know at the time that it was going to be then imported into the United States and used against its citizenry by really dark left-wing forces in this country. Now, I know that Trump is a polarizing figure, but let's point one thing out. They tried to kill the guy a few times. They tried to put him in jail numerous times. They tried to bankrupt him. They went so far as to literally tamper with our voting machines in order to keep him out of office. And we're talking about a system that is rotten to the core. Now, why do you think a system in a government infested with intelligence agents would want to do all of those things to an individual they would see as one of their own? Of course they didn't. They had to be viewing him as the ultimate threat. And if he's the ultimate threat, who cares what his polarizing behavior is like? He is an absolute sty in their eye. He is an absolute disaster for them. And anyone who is somewhat engaged in these kinds of research circles ought to be applauding that. I mean, if nothing else, we've gotten, a little bit closer to ultimate UFO disclosure. So I find that very interesting. I think it's going to cause a major uproar in the United States. And I think that as implausible as it seems to many people out there, including myself, there have been predictions put forth by some pretty smart individuals who lay out the dominoes that end up falling before another American Civil War. And complete loss of any kind of hope or belief that your elections aren't tampered with. Loss of that is big domino number one to fall. When the people lose hope that they are actually being represented by the ones they're choosing to be represented, they take everything else off the table. So that becomes a really nasty thing. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow evening to see what occurs on that speech, but my sources are telling me that this is part of a wider pattern that they have detected, in which there has been it looks like a systematic effort to undermine any and all types of authority within society. You can go through and name them all. Let's name media. Legacy news agencies, ABC, NBC, CBS, you name them. They are all controlled by left-wing geopolitical interest, and all of them painted a 95% and higher negative rate on Trump the whole time. That's pure propaganda. That is propaganda at work. It's the best kind of propaganda. It's the kind that you make really seem like good information when in fact it's nothing but an illusion. It's amazing how they operate, how they can just twist one or two words to paint the negative light over and over and over again. It's truly amazing. But you can see that this control mechanism is one that might stretch beyond even human minds in order to control it. In other words, I'm saying that when you're looking at a non-human intelligence interacting with people on psionic level, which is the psychic level, they can potentially, and the abductees have told us they can definitely, control human thought and emotion from a distance. What's to keep us from surmising that they have hybrids put into place in very specific, positions in various governments that aren't bending the behavior patterns of the humans around them in order to conduct what they believe is the proper kind of controlled disclosure. See, everything is on the table at this stage, because once you admit that you're dealing with a neurologically superior species that is also technologically more advanced than you by maybe even 1 million years or more, who knows, then anything becomes possible. The magic becomes real. And tonight, we're going to be talking about the testimony of Jake Barber, how it matches up with the testimony of a Marine named Michael Herrera, and how that came into being and how it has now sort of altered forever our view of really what's taking place. Because at the heart of this whole thing is the idea now that for at least a few decades, certain intelligence agency entities, let's call them, have been conducting operations in order to identify people both within American society and in third world countries. It's a very important part of all of this, who have psionic predispositions. As a child, do you recall in elementary school ever being tested by the Talented and Gifted program? At the time, it was called the GATE program, the Gifted and Talented program. As a child, like me, were you ever taken out of elementary school numerous times without the knowledge of your parents into a 18-wheeler like structure? They literally pulled up in these things, and you were taken inside, and there was an office inside the back of like this 18-wheeler, and they performed sound experiments on your ears under the premise of speech therapy, because that occurred to me in the GATE program. If you were one of those individuals, if you were taken into a room as part of a Gifted and Talented program anytime in the 70s, 80s, 90s, up until around 2005 at least, and probably ongoing in different ways now, and you were given a pink liquid to drink on numerous occasions, then you were part of the government's program to identify and develop psionic assets in order to fly UFOs. That is truly amazing stuff, and we're going to get to the heart and bottom of all of that. And all of this began, guys, with whistleblowers that came out including David Grush. You've got just a plethora of them now, and when you put their testimonies all side by side, they all corroborate one another, and they all paint the same picture. And I'm going to paint that picture in detail for you guys tonight, because it starts with what I was just discussing, the GATE program, and that leads us into what perhaps is a breakaway intelligence operation utilizing some of the most exotic technology humankind has ever been able to develop. And we're going to get into exotic theories and ideas like smart dust, like electronic fog, like the idea that you can take what are called nanotechnology foglets and actually create holograms that are physically real. And we're going to get back to all of that, putting these pieces together right after our break.
Great job, Jack. Keep them on the edge. Big shout out to Beatrice in the Kick Chat, my sister from another mother.
Hello, Beatrice. Hi, guys out there in YouTube land. So we're discussing some interesting stuff on psionics and flying UFOs. I'm actually doing a lot of research right now. I am back sourcing a lot of this testimony and putting together a step-by-step manual on how to attract and fly a UFO, all in a single manual.
Cool. Is it connected to anything that David Campione has done? Because
it's quite possible.
He in his book, it tells you how to, attract them in and contact them.
Yeah, I'm sure I should interview him and talk to him about what these insiders are saying.
Well,
so
David's quick and easy. I can shoot for him real easy for next week if you want to try to do that.
Yeah, that'd
you
be
want
great.
me to get, and he'll be on Nancy's show after yours. So
cool.
I will touch base with him, unless you want to come in there for a little bit and touch base with him. About coming in.
If I can, we'll see what ends up being here at 8 o'clock, because I do have my sick family member coming over for.
Oh. Well, I hope everything's going all right for you over there.
Yeah, it is. It's always a challenge dealing with somebody that's that ill, but it is what it is. So, but yeah, this is going to be a really crazy half an hour, because there's a lot to cover, but it's interesting how everything kind of fits together. So, what's Nancy doing tonight on her program?
I have no clue. It's usually a last minute thing with her. She's been doing lots of conspiracy stuff here lately. Even touching back on some, anything from 9/11 to JFK, she's been going over here and there. So you never know with Nance. She may surprise me with Matt Moniz, whom she's been trying to get on, and he said that he would be coming on soon. I don't know. Matt's a great guy. Have you met Matt before?
I have not.
Matt Moniz is really cool. He's been around. He does UFO type stuff too, along with other paranormal type. I don't think he's too much into cryptozoology though, but I don't know. I know some of the shows he's been on, they've gone over that.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'll have to listen to that.
He's a science type guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he's coming in tonight, but it'd be nice if he does. I seen. Let's see here. Okay. Uh, yep. Everything should be good to go for her show. I'm ready for her when it's time.
Cool.
Yep. Beatrice with those hearts in the kick chat. Oh yeah. If you got flea collars, Jack, send some dogmen over there for you to take care of. But you better stock up on your bug repellent, otherwise he'll send the Mothman over.
I need to capture some dogmen and employ them as security on my property here.
Quick countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and I am your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone. Tonight, we're talking about the testimony of insider whistleblowers and how it all fits together into one big, beautiful whole as far as how they are able to utilize this technology. So turns out you don't really need to back engineer UFO technology. They have taken ideas from it and created some really advanced craft. Ben Rich at Area 51 as far back as 1995, the guy who ran Area 51, he knows everything, all the deep black secrets, and he said that they already possessed all the technology necessary to travel to the stars and back. He also said that if you watch Star Trek, anything they could do there, we could do now. What more do you need to hear out of somebody that was there, that had the keys to the kingdom? And then you have the testimony of Jake Barber, who his, credentials are beyond reproach, in my opinion. So we should take what his testimony, what he has to say, with some value and compare it across channels with some other testimony, right? Well, Barber says that he was employed eventually, after being in special forces, etc., as a helicopter pilot for a deep black program. He was a contractor sent by his employer. We now know that employer was Northrop Grumman, and that the Northrop Grumman must be running a alien technology retrieval program secretly and clandestinely, and they're employing spec ops and intelligence types to run this program. And Barber says that he was employed as a helicopter pilot in order to retrieve alien assets that had landed. And he describes having picked these assets up and carried them off for his employer to various locations. That's all well and good and very interesting. Things get far more interesting when we begin to talk about the fact that Barber published a fictional novel not very long ago that the Pentagon tried to completely censor. It ended up actually getting 7 pages of it redacted. It was a genius move on Barber's part. He basically used a fictional novel as a Trojan horse for the Pentagon's deep black programs. And what he did was he took his existing knowledge He decided what he thought was probably the truth and classified, deriving from what he already knew. He placed that in his fictional novel that then had to go through classification approval by the Pentagon. The Pentagon then sent back these chapters one by one. That was the genius part about it. He fed them one chapter at a time, right? So he knew how to tweak the questions and what he was putting into each chapter, and then he would see what they redacted, and if they redacted it, he knew it was true and classified. Fascinating how that worked out, and it worked out beautifully. They redacted a full 7 pages from his book, and those 7 pages we're going to be talking about tonight. This is knowledge they don't want you to have, period. So he describes the fact that there was a spec ops tier 1 operator, a guy that had been with the most elite Navy SEAL group, SEAL Team 6. He was also like cross-trained with the Army's Delta Force, etc. I mean, this guy was top-notch tier 1 operator. They were utilizing him to transfer, that's a kind word, utilizing him to lead securely a group of refugees to a remote location. When they got to that location, and these are third world refugees, when they got to the location, all of a sudden, they are quickly approached by 3 armed operators. He is disarmed. They do some sort of bioscan. They take some sort of device that you hold in your hand, and they scanned his body looking for trackers or anything else on him, within him, I should say, embedded under his skin, I suppose. And when they were done, they executed him in front of all of these refugees, who were then loaded into a huge container that looks like a metal shipping container, except for these have HVAC units that are bolted down on top of them to keep air conditioning and fresh air into the system, and they were airlifted up and out of there, right? Now, these were people, apparently, that had suffered some sort of catastrophe of some kind. And that's a big part of all of this. What's a good way to get away with people who really don't have many records of their existence anyway? One of those ways is to ferret them away after a natural disaster occurs in their geographic location, making it look like they were somehow victimized by that, and just disappearing them. People will ask the question, naturally, why would they do such a thing? But before I tell you that, let me tell you that a whistleblower named Michael Herrera, who has proven with his credentials that he was part of the most decorated Marine regiment in the Marines and was sent on a mission basically out into the jungles of Indonesia. And when they got there, they were doing some unrelated mission. They came up on a heavily forested hill. Hovering out above them and out in front of them was a giant alien-looking spacecraft. It was rotating, and it was flashing between a sort of matte gray and a black, so black they said light wasn't escaping from it. Down on the ground, they could see big trucks pulling up with these same containers. The same containers described completely and separately by Jake Barber in his testimony, having to do with this guy who was assassinated before these people were airlifted inside these containers out of this area. Herrera recounts how his group was approached by 8 operators that were completely, fully blacked out, fully trained. You're talking about like true human ninjas, right? That's what they described. These guys were fast, they were aggressive, they were almost inhumanly good at what they did. They were able to completely disarm the Marines. They were able to basically tie their hands behind their backs. They were able to scan each of them, and Barber could see that the craft had actually lowered a platform out of its bottom. The platform went all the way to the ground, seemingly defying gravity as we know it. The containers were put onto the platform, and the platform was then lifted into the bottom of the craft. These operators ended up leaving the Marines alive, but not without warning them to keep their mouths shut, etc. It's interesting, however, that the same containers with the same HVAC units being mounted on top are both described in these testimonies. Now, here's where things get interesting. The GATE program runs into all of this, because what the GATE program was attempting to do with certain youth in America was identify psionic predisposition. In other words, people that exhibited natural psychic abilities or intuitiveness. And this is usually, and it was tested by testing visualization abilities. The more you could visualize something, the more you valued you were in these programs. And at the, age I was in kindergarten, I could recount every major and visualize every major animal in Africa and tell you all major points about that animal, including how fast they could travel, etc., as a kindergartner. And I think that's why I was taken into the so-called mobile lab numerous times over a period of years. And that's what is described by other GATE people that were in the GATE program. Now, it turns out that Barber and Herrera both discovered that what they were ended up is happening is that they have determined that there's something about living a third world existence that creates more psionically predisposed people. Whether that is lack of exposure to certain kinds of technology, whether it's diet, whether it's the fact that when you don't have technology at your disposal, you use your mind more in an imaginary sense, and therefore you have greater ability to visualize things. We don't really know what these guys were able to ascertain. We do know that probably these military elements belong to the Department of Nuclear Security. It is within the Department of Nuclear Security and the Department of Energy that you find an entire apparatus of special elite operators, that's all on record, who are outside the purview of the Pentagon and other military agencies. It would make sense. We've been told by certain scientists and other insiders that the true classification of the UFO program lies within the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy doesn't answer to the Pentagon or anybody else. It was easy for them to do this because you're talking about the ultimate power source. Sorry for the sidebar, but that kind of needed to bridge that. But what they've determined is that not only do they need these people, but that they can just take them from where they need them. Apparently, the need to have them is so great, they're willing to take this risk on and literally create human trafficking type of behavior. Let's call it that. We don't know if these people are being paid. We don't know if maybe their families get taken care of. We don't know what the arrangement is with them or if they're just taken. But these are all people from third world countries that they disappear after major natural catastrophes occur, sometimes geopolitical upheaval, sometimes war, sometimes things like that. It's easy to get people to disappear in those kinds of environments. That apparently is the cover for them being gone. If there is any real paper record of these people living in these third world countries, and let's face it, there probably isn't. It's easy to make away with them. Apparently, from there, this is where things really get dark. They are microchipped, right, with a neurologically engaging type of interface. In other words, the microchip is placed in such a spot on their neck that it interfaces with their neurologic system and their psychic abilities. Ross Coulthart now has identified for a fact, he says, that the Tic Tac UFO that everybody has seen now was in fact a man-made craft that was being controlled psionically by a psionic asset. That's huge. That's a major mainstream journalist with a huge stage on News Nation saying these things, right? So not only decades ago were they engaging in the GATE program to identify psionically gifted people, but they started realizing that people from these third world kind of existences often have heightened psychic abilities over people that have lived a modern, technologically advantaged life for whatever reason. They are then employing them, and they are microchipping them both with a tracking device and with this neurological interface that allows them, apparently, and you can look all of the work up of a scientist named Hall, Hall, and there's another scientist who's doing neurologic interface work with technology that is also quite interesting. I'll think of his name in a moment. But both of these guys are integral to what's taking place. They have developed a type of helmet, which was first shown in the movie Firefox, believe it or not, that far back, that starred Clint Eastwood in his younger days. If you'll recall, the helmet could read your thoughts. The thoughts then controlled the technology around you, firing the weapons, flying the machine, all of that. Now imagine that these craft aren't what anybody really thinks they are. They're not like nuts and bolts. These craft are sentient technology. You have to wrap your mind around that. And the way they call them in is very simple. They taught them remote viewing. They then taught them to remote view one of these craft out in space and then project to the craft their exact location on the Earth. They even have these psionic targets study Google Maps and get those images in their brain coming from space down to the planet, down to the country, down to the state, down to the town, down to the house, right? And that imagery is then projected psionically, utilizing technology which actually amplifies their ability to these craft. They track these craft in, and they either get them to land using psionic abilities, or they simply knock them out of the sky using EMP cannons. Once the craft is down, they're able to then retrieve the craft, take it back, study it, do what they will with it. I would argue when you can at will call these craft in, knock them down and retrieve them, why would you try to be a caveman with an Apple phone trying to back engineer that? There's no reason to back engineer something you can just obtain and then control, which would almost be impossible anyway. These craft are so advanced. Now, this is where things get interesting. The testimony also talks about how they're utilizing things called smart dust. They're utilizing things, and by they, I mean the people that are in the deep black UFO programs are able to fly their helicopters through a sheer rock wall right into a mountain, just like witnesses have seen, because we possess a technology known as nanotechnology foglets. Look that up. Those foglets exist. You're talking about robots that are the size of a micron. Trillions of them. All connected together, all engaged together, all with their own power source, all with the ability through a little light thing that they put on them to change their appearance, shade, character, color, surface contrast, you name it. They then have taken this technology, these nanotechnological foglets, as they like to call them, and they have put them into places like high, hard, almost impossible to reach mountains and things like that. They have then built what some are describing as breakaway bases. Now, this testimony comes from Barber because you remember Operator Tier 1 who got assassinated? Just so happens that was a JSOC operation, right? To get those guys there, get these refugees to a specific location, and those refugees got hijacked by another operation. The guys that were running the other operation didn't even know that they were being filmed by a Predator drone. The assassination of the Tier 1 operator in front of the refugees was filmed in high def, and it was being beamed right to JSOC when it happened. You can imagine that, and that I mean the Joint Special Operations. That's what JSOC is. You can imagine the horror of watching their Tier 1 operator get assassinated by elements that they could not identify, but who possessed the right code word to give that operator. That operator actually had communication with the helicopter that dropped the 3 assets that assassinated him, and they provided him with the right password. Whoever this was is inside. And apparently the rumor is the JSOC and the guy that basically is their main boss, he was on the phone with them in their operations command center when all of this occurred. He watched it occur too, and he said to them, "Was that blue on blue?" And they said, "No, sir, that had to be black on black." And the difference is blue on blue is friendly fire, right? It is a mistake of identity that gets somebody on your own team killed. Black on black is a black operation taking out another black operation, and they couldn't identify who they were. What they did was they scrambled an F-15 fighter from the nearest base to rendezvous with the two helicopters carrying the people underneath them inside these containers, and these guys in these helicopters raced to a mountain, right? F-15 showed them a show of force. It flew right next to them, behind them. It hailed them on the emergency, frequency, told them to land immediately, and they just kept flying as fast as they could right towards the face of a mountain. The pilot looked up. There was a face of a mountain 1,500 feet tall, right? And he went straight down and ejected, but crashed. The plane just crashed, and the rest of the helicopters, and this was filmed by a Predator drone, went straight through the sheer rock wall and into what appeared to be a huge cavern of a base of some kind. And then the wall, the hologram, just closed back behind them. That's what's going on, guys. That's some crazy stuff, right? Well, all of this is testimony that all matches up, and you can all do the research and kind of look up what I've stated this evening, and kind of follow me down this rabbit hole as we figure out all of the psionic stuff going on in the UFO community. And if you want to know how to do all of this, you can read that in my book, American Sorcerer. And stay tuned for the next show. It's bound to be a great one. And join me next week. We'll continue down many of these different rabbit holes. I'll see you guys on the radio.
Great job, Jack. Real exciting and fun stuff there.
Yeah, that's a crazy testimony.
Tell me about it. Yep.
Crazy testimony. So anyway, guys, I will get this loaded up to you on YouTube ASAP.
And I will get this up and out later on.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you very much. We are archived on many platforms, so
yeah.
if you're not a YouTuber,
Never, ever put all your eggs in one basket, folks.
That's right. You can find us on lots of different platforms. So if there's another platform out there, just look up DREAGUS Productions and PIA Radio Live, and you'll probably come across it.
Oh, yeah. We just cleared, and I'll catch you later on, Jack. Take care.
Right. All right, you too, sir.
All right. Let me get Nancy and her Legion of Chaos up and running here. All right.
You done?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Mark.
Hello.
Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Dave.
Hey,
Mark.
David, Jack wants you on next week.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
aren't we a happy group?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking I have to go in for a needle in my eye next on the 22nd, so I guess that's the 23rd. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A pleasant thought.
Yeah.
What's that?
Lovely.
I said, what a pleasant thought.
Oh, I've been getting him every 8 weeks.
I know. Just bleh. Bleh.
And
How
it
you doing,
still
Nance?
hasn't
I'm
done
good.
that. Hey, Mark.
Hi.
Like the video
So
with the
I was gonna say,
cigar.
Mark, I know I made you a pimp with a cigar. It was better than a tranny with a cigar.
Thank you.
That was all Roger. I
I'm
noticed
sure.
Roger's not here.
He's coming. I think.
He just made the suggestions, and I just did the renderings. And Mark, I couldn't resist the Fabio flip. I was like,
Yeah,
oh hell
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
That was cool.
For the first 30 seconds, I was a bit annoyed, and then I laughed. And yeah,
Mark?
I was like, Mark, I just made you into a sex symbol. Really?
Mark?
Yeah.
John from Censorship Sucks wants you to come in too to talk about football. I think
I've got
either
no
Sunday
idea.
or Wednesday. Yeah.
I've got no joke about football. I call it.
It's supposed to be a comedy clip, all right,
Okay.
Mark. All right.
Okay.
I figured
What
if you can
time?
hang out with Roger, there's no reason why you can't hang out with us. You know, and I'm
What
sure that
time?
it'll be fine.
What time on Sunday?
9 to 11 on Sunday. I'll get you the
Fine.
information and I'll
Okay.
let him know. Yeah,
There's
I'm not
Roger.
sure if it's going to be the
If Roger-
first hour or the second. All right,
Okay, that may be
30
a bit
seconds
late. I'll
or
have to
something like that.
check that.
Copy that. Oh my God, I have a cat that is just insistent that she's going to sit on my lap. Really? Oh, come on, Stinker. Her nickname is Stinker. That should tell you everything. What's going on, little girl? Aren't we all tired? Isn't that fun?
I'm telling you, it's been a week. I've had truck issues. It's been busy here with Tori. It's been nice, other than the truck going down. Water pump went out on it, and
Oh,
yeah, and yeah. Well, it is what it is. I'll get it back tomorrow afternoon. Well, here's your countdown.
This has got to be, I was going to say, the longest 30 seconds ever.
5,
yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live for the very first time tonight, right now.
And good evening, everybody. 9 o'clock p.m. on the nose, Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, July the 15th, 2026. Welcome to the Vixen's Vault. And funny, because I just spent the absolute longest 30-second hold period before we onboarded onto the show ever in the history of the Vault. Like, we had 2 full conversations pretty much in 30 seconds somehow. Yeah, I think Mark had the timing a little bit off, just a little bit. But I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. Those of you who are keeping up with us on Facebook and in different chat arenas, y'all noticed last week I've been doing the 20th Jubilee video. And yeah, in fairness to my co-hosts, in all fairness to them, they had no say in a lot of what I was doing. Mark Edworthy was actually the first one I got done, because that was simple. That was, okay, Fabio, here we go. Because I'm constantly teasing him about flipping his hair. And it's probably because it's 2 o'clock in the morning where he is. And he's tired. And he's just trying to keep the hair out of his face. But I always tell him it's the Fabio flip. So what did I do? I integrated him into a complete sex symbol in my video. And he's blowing kisses to everybody. It's awesome. Then I hit Mark. The other Mark. Mark Watoshik. Literally. Now this was
You don't
fun
have to
because
go
Roger,
there. You really don't have to go there.
Roger,
You really don't have to go
insisted.
there. No, you don't have to go there.
And yeah, let's just say the first rendering would have, he probably would have driven from Texas to Florida and strangled me for it. Second rendering, we decided, yeah, okay, I'm going to make him a pimp.
Is there
give him a
technical
cigar.
issues tonight?
Yeah, big technical issues. And then it was Roger's turn. And see, Roger was fun because I was like, Mark is always constantly teasing Roger about the midget Vikings. So I decided I was going to render a midget Viking and have it lick Roger and then time it perfectly to the music, which, yeah, worked out well. And then my favorite rendering was Dave. And that was because Dave is like, I got to tell you guys, outside of the show, besides the fact he's kind of like my resident UFO guy to turn to when you're talking about what people are citing, the fact that his father had done a book in the 60s, basically modeling out a lot of the sightings then, but you can actually compare a lot of the crafts in that book to what are being seen currently. It wasn't just that, he's got an incredible gift for natural photography, like unlike anybody I've ever seen. And where he lives, he's got a beautiful area to do it in. So I decided I was going to make Dave actually swing around and take a photo of a UFO outside his window.
Cool.
And I think it rendered pretty well.
Yep.
But besides that, like I said, I had a lot of fun putting this together. And thank you, Larry, if you're listening. I'm pretty sure he is. Thank you for sending me all those photos. I mean, those photos go all the way back to like 2004. Much appreciated, brother. That was a blast from the past. Even though it preceded the vault, some of them, that brought me down a memory lane that was just incredible. It was really nice. It had me laughing because I was like, oh, I forgot about the duct tape divas. Yeah, forgot about some of that crazy stuff we used to do at 4 a.m. Just basically all the moderators in the chat would be there just to have fun. But with that, guys, what a weekend. What a weekend. So what happened this weekend that makes things very interesting? And then to top it all off, something else happened yesterday, which makes it even more interesting.
Oh,
So
the Straits
all
of
weekend-
Hormuz is open and then closed again.
It's open.
Yeah.
It's open. And they just dropped the tariff, or they were charging like a toll. Yeah, whatever. It's open currently. We'll see how long that lasts, but it may actually last this time because other things have happened in the background. But I mean, Senator Lindsey Graham passed away on Sunday, and yeah, okay. I'm going to give the standard. McConnell, yeah, and then the same day, within hours of the announcement of Graham's passing, yeah, McConnell's staff made the really bad decision of releasing supposedly current photos of him after releasing an audio tape of him that was clearly AI. Then they released, photos of him in the hospital with his wife, supposedly. His wife is still in China, so I don't know how they managed. They thought they were going to get that past everybody. But on top of that, it was not a really good AI rendering at all. And I said to somebody, well, the first clue would be that, are we in the movie Christmas Vacation? Because the newspaper clip they've got him holding, there's no way his hand could hold it like that unless it was sticking to him. Like adhesively sticking to his hand. So, yeah. Not a good, not smart, guys. Let's just put it that way. You're just making it worse, okay? And maybe that's your intention. Maybe that's what you want. You want people saying, why are you lying to us? I don't know. But I think we've all got a pretty good idea why and who you're trying to keep out of office over there. Massey. What? Did I say that? No. Yes, I did. Massey. What? Yeah. So everybody's kind of on to the deal. And when it comes to Lindsey Graham, there's huge problems with that too. A heart attack. Yeah, I believe that likely that was what happened. But the problem is his timeline. You got to really stretch to make that timeline fit of him coming back from Ukraine. Because if you really look at the flight times back from Ukraine and what time he was said to have been pulled out in the ambulance, it's not possible. Logistically speaking, it's not possible. Granted, maybe they put him on some kind of Concorde type plane. Who knows? I don't think so. But again, big problems in the timeline. And then you have to also kind of key back into 2 weeks ago. Remember I told you guys the MK Ultra congressional hearings were happening? Yeah, you guys remember that? Okay, well, what was released? What was one of the first things that was dumped in those congressional hearings? The fact that the CIA had what they called a heart attack gun. And they had it since the 70s. And it's basically a pulse type weapon. And here goes Lindsey Graham dropping dead of a heart attack not even 2 weeks later with pretty much no indicators before this happened. Of course, there's a lot of rumors in the rumor mill that he actually may have died in Kiev. And this was their cover-up. Yep. But then go ahead.
Before you start speculating about Graham, he's got an extremely interesting history, Neil Con. But it's worth remembering that he was aged 71. So heart attack's believable.
It is. Like I said, it is. But the timeline, I didn't have a problem with heart attack if they had just left it that. But no, they're pushing the timeline is, Mark, it would be pretty much impossible for him to have been in Kiev when he was in Kiev, publicly in Kiev, and then home when he had the heart attack. Supposedly. The trip home would have been at warp speed. It's not possible unless they're lying to us about a schedule. And if they're lying to us about a schedule, why are they lying to us about a schedule? We do know certain things popped off in Kiev when he was there. You know, if that's the case and that he got killed, well, then tell us that. You know, why they try to cover things up, I'll never understand. I think at this point they do it just to bait us, to demand the correct information. Because it's becoming increasingly more obvious that the lies are so blatant, it's ridiculous. And then, go ahead.
On the same point as covering up, potentially covering up Graham's death. I think it was last Friday, Anne Widdecombe died in this country. Anne Widdecombe being a well-known celebrity,
I saw that.
politician, and that's been around in politics since the early 90s. The police initially stated that it was a murder. The murder wasn't done on. There was no terrorism links. They were spouting that line for 2-3 days, and now they've changed their narrative and saying this could be a terrorist related crime.
Well, given her background and what she stood for, yeah, I mean, again, this is what I mean, though. They play their populations for really stupid, and I think the populations are catching on very quickly. But again, I'm a person who sees everything by design. Generally, when 3-letter agencies notice that their patterns aren't working anymore, they shift patterns. And it's a real quick shift. They just change storylines here. They have not done that. And that, to me, I'm like, okay, no. Mm-mm. It's like they want people to question what happened. And then, literally, the Monday following our Senate here in the United States, you guys, of course, are all aware of the huge fiasco and pushback our Congress is getting right now because they're attempting to merge Israeli intelligence into the American military, which is unconstitutional. So I don't even know how they could even write something like that.
They've succeeded to do that today or yesterday.
No, it got voted. No, the Senate did not voted it down. They did not pass it.
I thought it was 103 in favor.
Nope, it was the exact opposite.
Okay, I misread
Yep.
them.
It went, and it was the Democrats that actually were the heavy hitters in that, and we had a few Republicans that swayed over to that side, so they did not get it passed. Huge relief to me. But I said to Raphael, again, it's a situation where I'm like, it's like they're using these idiots to destroy each other's agendas, but the country's getting what it needs out of this. I said, if we had merged our intelligence with Israel, that's a treasonous A. Okay, we are a sovereign nation. We cannot merge any part of our military operations with another country. Absolutely not. Because then you risk a power struggle within your military with another nation. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump like having it out as to who controls what intelligence? Oh, God, no. That would have ended really, really badly, epically bad.
Actually, that would just stall in bureaucratics of the red tape, and we'll be arguing about that for the next several years, long beyond Trump's term.
Oh, come on now. Come on now, everybody. We all know that Israel isn't a country. It's a state. The state of Israel. So, come on.
Yep, it's a state that tends to, literally expand her territorial boundaries, I don't know, every year or so. Just,
Yeah.
In fact, I was laughing. I was laughing at AOC.
I'm waiting for Rhode Island to do the same thing, to New York.
technically, as far as the UN is concerned, it's been a country since 1947.
Well, yeah, because the UN literally, you forget, again, that was the Balfour Agreement. Lord Rothschild literally bought and paid for the state of Israel to become Israel. Literally. And it was 1920. The Balfour Agreement was actually drafted in the late 1918, 1919.
Earlier.
It was pre-World War One, I think.
19...
In fact, many people who look at it chronologically believe World War I was the first step towards Israel. It was intentional because, again, it had to happen in order for World War II to happen. If you did not have World War I and you did not have what occurred during World War I, we would not have had the fall of the Habsburg Empire. We would not have had the move into Nazism. We would not have had what happened within Germany, which also was the seat of the Zionist Empire at that time. People do not do their homework.
I don't know. Me and Roger's done a set of shows on this subject. And I always go back to the French Revolution. If it wasn't for Napoleon entering Germany and Prussia, technically, and then the creation of a single state of Germany in 1892, whatever.
Same time as the Ottoman Empire fell. It was the same time the Ottoman Empire fell.
If it wasn't for Napoleon, there wouldn't have been any World War One.
Well, again, yes and no. Napoleon was part of it, I think. But again, there were a lot of moving pieces in the background of World War One. There was a lot of propagandic type lies told to get us into World War One. Same thing with World War II. And I say that all the time. The only reason the United States got into World War II, that was my first conspiracy rabbit hole that I ever jumped into. And I was so pissed by the time I got done. And I was in high school at that time. But I was, if Washington hadn't lied their asses off about knowing where that fleet was, and they knew exactly where that fleet was, and if they had given the heads up, we would not have lost the people we lost at Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor would not have been what it was. But they had to have it be what it was because they needed a reason for us to go into the war, a legitimate one. And the same thing with 9/11. And I say that all the time. It was the same exact, it was like just wrap it up, repackage it with different location and throw it out there again. These people are stupid. They're going to eat it up. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, go ahead, Rafi.
No, I was going to say, there's another impetus for World War I that at least I think so, was that it was to cover up the fact that they had just stolen our monetary systems. They passed the Federal Reserve the year before we went into World War I. And then you have the Bolshevik Revolution, which also happened as well.
But that's what I meant. There are massive amounts of moving parts behind the scenes. And it's funny because the Bolshevik Revolution, again, folks, go look up the history of the Bolsheviks and what their population mainly consisted of. You may want to throw up. Because it points right to the Zionist movement. So it's like, okay, so they had all these little moving parts. They're like fleas. They're all over, biting everybody everywhere.
Sure. I'm not so sure about Jewish influence in Russia because throughout the 19th century, Russian Jews or Eastern European Jews were moving to the US anyway.
No. You have to look up again the Bolshevik Revolution. Yeah, you have to look at what part, how much of their population was Ashkenazi. You have to look it up.
A lot smaller than it may have been, let's say, 100 years beforehand.
Doesn't matter. It was enough to create an influence. And I always say this because Israel has a habit, even currently, currently, if I take the past and echo it on top of the current times, who's always the victim in everything? Answer me that question. Constantly the victim.
Us poor
Constantly.
Sorry,
Thank you.
It's
Really interesting how they are always the victim, and everybody else always foots the bills for their victimization. Isn't that interesting? And they become more and more powerful.
I also
they run the banks.
I also like to point out that a lot of people don't take into consideration the Order of the Golden Fleece, which in the 1800s was split into two because of the Spanish succession. Now, when the Habsburgs actually collapsed, there was a shitload of gold and shitload of money that was actually lost, and to this day, nobody knows where that went.
Where it went?
It just vanished. So that's another aspect that needs to be looked at too if you're going to do this kind of research, because people like to make it out like the Order of the Golden Fleece was just like some freaking prestigious order and of chivalry and all that shit, but it wasn't. They actually had a lot of power.
Not just that, but Roger, simultaneously, you had the fall of the Romanov Empire, and a lot of their wealth disappeared. A lot of it. So again, you have all this wealth that seems to have like just disappeared into a black hole somewhere. It's kind of it's interesting because I love Clive Cussler. He's one of my favorite authors, even though I know it's a lot of fantasy, but there's a lot of stuff in his writing where I'm like, I gotta wonder what exactly he did. I know he actually worked for Numa, but what else did he do? Because we're finding some of his storylines that are proving true currently. Like archaeology is starting to prove different things. And I'm like, wait a minute, I read that somewhere in a Clive Cussler book. Hold on a moment. It's like Jules Verne almost. It's like, oh, did I just read a description of a submarine? Really? But yeah, it's kind of the same thing. And with Jules Verne, as we find out, we had the subs that were running during the Civil War. And it was, of course, a huge problem because they didn't work very well. But they had them. They had that idea. That idea was there. They were building them. They had the Merrimack and the Monitor, the huge iron ships. I mean, again, everything happens for a reason, but if you actually go back and look at the timeline, I end up sounding, I said it's not that I'm anti-Jewish at all. It's that I'm seeing issues with the timeline and involvements in almost every huge event in the past 150 years of this itty-bitty little group of people who took this itty-bitty little piece of land over in the Sinai and have caused even bigger problems.
Okay, using your logic, you could say that we Brits were to blame because we've had influence in other military theatres.
And that's my logic.
Honey, I don't listen. I love you, and I have a lot of English friends. I do love them, but I will say wholeheartedly and without any lack of conviction at all that your empire has had a lot to do with a lot of things.
A lot. I mean, we just had a really good conversation, me and Bob Dub, about freaking Zimbabwe, okay, and Rhodesia, and the Swedish and the English down there. And I mean, these people have completely decimated that region, and it was all because of freaking British Empire.
Well, again, too, let's go back to what was running.
Okay, I was going to question the word decimated there.
They did. But I mean, the whole region is just completely chaos. I mean, to this day.
No, it is. But how long
it's
has
always
Zimbabwe been independent?
It's always been that way. It's never changed. I mean, it's horrible what they've done to that whole freaking region. It's just disgusting.
Yeah. Well, actually, anywhere in Africa from the mid line down, you've got big problems over there. And I have to say, China has actually been a stabilizing influence in Africa, which is scary to say because you always want to look at China as a problem, but they've actually had a very stabilizing influence there. They've done a good job. I'll give them a pat on the back for that.
I was just thinking that, let's say between the 50s and 70s, there was a lot of independent movements in various African countries. And so we are talking at least, good 40 odd years of independence in some of these countries. And
But again,
there's not been any improved in 40 odd years.
Okay, let me explain my mind's eye on this, Mark. Don't take offense when I say it. I think a lot of the power holders in your country are very much intertwined with the Zionists and vice versa. And if they're not intertwined with the Zionists, they're actually intertwined with the other group, which I believe is also intertwined with the Zionists. I will explain that. I got to take us out to break. I'll explain it when we come off break. But there's reasons behind my theory and why I say it. We'll be back in just a few minutes, guys, with more of the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there.
All right, we're on radio break. Oh, hell, Lord Binhead.
Oh, wait, it's not Buckethead anymore?
No, that's proper. His proper English name is Binhead. But Buckethead. Buckethead.
Oh, that's right. They don't say bucket over there.
Yeah, they don't say bucket over there. But, you know.
They don't say can either.
All right. But, all right. His Schwartz is probably bigger than.
Oh, God. I almost put something like that in the video. You know that, right? It's actually, I ended up putting in the, I think it was at South Park, where it's, the Epstein files are coming out and they're eating children. So that one I put in right in the middle of the video because I thought that was pretty funny.
I thought you were going to make, Mark Lord Binhead. But anyways.
I thought about it, but I like Fabio better. Mark deserves to be a sex symbol. That was my thought. I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to destroy his life by doing this because now every freak on the internet's going to be like, who's that?
Yeah.
I figured you have the helmet on him and then pull off and do the flip.
Yeah.
Oh, could have done that.
No,
because his Schwartz, according to Roger.
Oh, don't get me started, dude. You dirty boy.
Oh, here we go.
Dirty boy.
Don't
that did
worry.
not take long.
With that cigar and cloak, I'll just put Mark on the corner.
It's a fur coat there, Mark. I was going full pimp with you. I was like, give him a fur coat, a gold chain.
Yeah, the only thing that was missing was the goldfish in my shoes. All right, but that's fine.
Pretty much. Pretty much. It was fun to make, though, but I actually had to go.
I need to get that clip so I can add it into some of mine.
I can send it to you because I have it. It's a singular file.
Do it tomorrow.
That I integrated over. Yeah. It's actually, everybody has a singular file for theirs because it was something where I had to render it first and then integrate it into the video on the larger program.
Yeah.
So it was fun though. Like I said, I enjoyed making it and then making sure that it metered correctly with the music.
Yeah. Did anybody check any of mine out that I made?
I did. The one that what did you say? Something about Raphael would love this, something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It would be great
the
if
Lady
it looked
Death
like
ones.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been great if it looks something like me, but it doesn't. So I'm like, why would I show Raphael this?
Oh no,
really?
no, the redhead. Oh yeah. That's what's her? That's not Amber.
Totally unrealistic.
Yeah. I have like 6 versions of that. I'll send. If he liked that one.
Good Lord, Mark, you spend a lot of time rendering pornographic type images. I'm just gonna put that out there.
No. That's actually from the comics that I read.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Don't even make me get my head around that. Oh boy. It is a freaking humid as hell evening tonight. What the hell?
Same here. Yeah, same here. It's what,
Yeah, and
27 centigrade, and it feels a lot hotter there. That's right. Possibly 30, 32.
I've been
30
talking
seconds,
about that.
folks. 30 seconds, and we'll be back on
Copy.
the radio side. Man, it's going fast tonight.
We're at,
It really is.
I was going to say, we're at 84 degrees Fahrenheit, Mark.
It's been in the
And that's at
90s.
night.
It's been in the 90s with a lot of humidity
Oh,
here. We've been getting
we've
storms
been
like
at war.
crazy. But
I was gonna
anyways,
say, yeah.
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
9:28 p.m. Wednesday, July the 15th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vix's Vault, folks. As we were going off air, I told Mark I would explain my logic behind why I see different things moving, and it's a little disturbing, but in the same respect, it does make a weird sort of sense. So again, you have to remember, Mark, that at the turn of the century, last century, so going from the 1800s into the 1900s, the Rothschild family was pretty much in complete control of the British Empire, minus the royal family. And there's many rumors that they actually married into the royal family at different levels. I can actually get my head around that. But can it be proven? No, not without genetic testing. But, so you had the Balfour Agreement, of course, which was drafted early on. I think 1903 was when it was first drafted. And then, of course, they were pushing it pre-World War I and then post-World War I, but they weren't really getting enough traction with it. So, okay, World War II happens. Now they have all the traction in the world. Why? Because, well, how strange is that? Hitler targeted the Zionists, which was exactly Lord Rothschild's background. So, yeah, targeting happens. But at the time it happened, right before, I think it was middle of to the end of World War II, another huge movement happened. And that was the fact that the Rothschilds granted, quote unquote, the running and everyday day-to-day details of the Bank of England to the government of England. But they also, when they did that, put their bloodlines into the system to control everything. All right, let's move ahead. So now we have, all of a sudden, that happens, and then, oh, look, the UN decides to give a nice little chunk of land in the Sinai Peninsula to the Zionists.
You forgot the Titanic sank.
Oh, well, yeah, that was 1913, and that was actually all the captains of industry of the United States who were against the Fed. Every single one of them, which is, again, people. There's coincidence, and then there's, are you an idiot? I mean, every single captain of industry who voted against the Fed being established was on board the Titanic when it sank. The 3 captains of industry that were pro the Fed canceled their tickets on the Titanic within days of it being launched. So if you don't have an issue with that right away, there's a problem. Okay, and then you go into the things that don't add up with the Titanic. Like, was that the Titanic or was that the Olympia? Because if you look at the blueprints between the two boats, the Olympia, the way that some of the rivets were lined up, actually matches what they found when they actually came upon the wreckage of the Titanic. So there's a lot of questions.
Yeah, but it was made by both ships were made by the same company.
But why would you switch out?
Employing similar employees. So there's going to be same sort of patterns.
Why would no? But schematics are schematics. To any engineer, they will tell you, doesn't matter how minor the difference is, it has to be recorded.
Well, it is recorded. It is recorded.
Hey, thank you.
The thing is, too, is the reason why people get confused about this is they completely take Florence out of the equation. And you got to understand how much power and influence the Florentine bankers were. They actually financed all of the exploration to the New World. Okay. They may not have sent ships and everything, but they financed kings and queens who actually explored the New World.
But we were talking about the early 20th century, Florentine as a banking institution.
But you're talking about, again, you got to look at where bloodlines merged and how things moved forward. It's even like the Vatican Bank. People do not realize that the Vatican Bank, it was another hugely powerful institution But what do you think the Vatican Bank was merged with? The banks from Florence. I mean, Roger's got a very good point here. There's a lot of manipulation that goes on behind the scenes that people don't necessarily pay attention to. I keep telling y'all, China. You know, people always think that China's a standalone, great, powerful country, and they have no idea of the fact that there is Zionist control there, too, by the Sasson family. The Sassons controlled a lot of the banking in China. And it's like, how did this itty-bitty little group of people manage to get their fingers into everything? And why are certain governments so absolutely hellbound on not letting them back in?
Just on the point of Bank of England, I double checked it. The Bank of England did become independent with the Bank of England Act 1998.
So it moved away from
became independent in 1997, but yeah.
But again, technically speaking, and again, you have to think about the fact that, okay, a lot of the moves we see, okay, and I know you like to stick by the rules and you like to stick by the letter of what is written, but that's what I guess you could say players expect you to do. That's why it's written down, because historically speaking, nobody can ever gainsay what has been written into the book. But 99.9% of the time, the actual reality of things is very different. I like to point out again, let's look at the history of England. Mark, let's look at King Henry VIII's reign. If we were going to go by what Henry VIII had written by his scribes, he was a direct descendant of King Arthur. And this was literally the revisionist build of Camelot. But if you read all the little side notes left behind by, terrified people hidden in cracks in their mansions, it tells a very different story. And then you have, again, let's go forward with all right, Queen Elizabeth. We have this wonderful history of Elizabeth. But again, if you start reading the notes of the people who worked with her, the people who worked under her, there's a lot more that was going on than you'll ever be told in history books. A lot more. I mean, crap, Walsingham was like the original spy master, for God's sakes. And that was her, that was her main guy. So you have to question, did Elizabeth really reign? Was it really her in control? Or was it the men that she surrounded herself with? Because each one of those men had very, very specific gifts. Each one, Burleigh, freaking Walsingham, they all had their own little niche that put together made for an almost unbreakable type of a government. I'm not going to say her government wasn't insanely powerful. It absolutely was. But was it her? She gets all the credit, but was it her? I don't think so, personally. And I'm a woman who believes in that women can do whatever they want, but not. I'm looking at the time period. I'm looking at how things worked, and I'm like, nope, pretty sure it was people working with her, not her.
Okay, it might have been rules, but it might be interpreted slightly different than she imagined it would be.
Well, and it's, again, like I said, when it comes to banking, what is currently the state of Israel? The people that run it have made a history out of being in the shadows. Absolutely a history of it. They are like little, little pins all over the place, but they move things. They've been in control of a lot of things for a long time. That's why I don't like it when they play the victim card. That really upsets me, because I look at, and I always say this, I'm not saying that terrorists are good or right, guys. That's not what I'm endorsing or saying. But what I am saying is that when you get told the same storyline every single time something happens, and it's never one person, it's the one person who's always involved, no matter how you flip it, it's never their fault. I mean, Israel never did anything to piss off Iran. They never did anything to piss off the Gazans. They've never done anything to piss off the Lebanese. They've never done anything to piss off the Syrians. I could keep going.
I disagree. the issue of Israel being there has pissed off the Lebanese post-1970.
And the way they handled it, Mark. You forget, initially...
post-1979.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's not just them being there. It was the way they handled it. When Israel first was established in the late 1940s, they committed genocide. They were wiping out the Palestinians. I mean, it's written in the history books. They were intentionally wiping them out.
Technically genocide? I'm not sure.
Very close to it. Very close to it.
Go that strong, but
it was an extermination, Mark. It was an extermination.
The removal from, it depends on your euphemism, what you mean by
okay,
genocide.
so how can you flip it? How can you make it not an extermination? That the rest of the world, the rest of the world decided
England has literally exterminated entire populations, man.
But England was behind Israel, dude, because that was English-controlled territory.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's what this is all about. I mean, who do you think runs the Bank of England?
Yep, that's what I'm trying to say. That's the point I'm getting to. You cannot say Zionists and not think of Bank of England. Because it's one and the same. It's
according to the UN, genocide, the removal of culture from a historical area can be considered as genocide, but the mass removal, but
mass removal by death.
Well, mass removal.
Now, see, that's what I'm saying. That's the English snobbery right there, because he honestly believes that that's actually moral and it actually is right. The English, because they're so great. The British Empire is so great. They can remove the indigenous society because they don't belong there anymore.
I did not say if it was more or not. That's not for me.
Well, here's the thing, Mark. We can't really. Okay, so as Americans, it's not like we haven't done the same thing. Okay, we literally exterminated our native population here to get the land. Okay, we pushed them, we herded them, we killed them, and we let them die horribly. And still to this day, if you go to the reservations, yeah, some of the tribes have done well. A lot of them have not, and they are the wild, wild west of alcohol, crime, and drugs on those reservations. And that is horrific. Okay, nobody deserves to live that way, especially when they were here first. And that's kind of what I'm saying.
They've had, I know these reservations are treated as their own sort of countries within the US.
Sovereignty.
So surely that's for their own population, for their own governments, and therefore their own population to sort out in the first place.
Okay, that only happened. They only gained their own sovereignty in the last couple of decades, and you're talking 50 to 70 years of them under a government thumb before that. And even with their own sovereignty, they're still being basically, okay, so there's like a budgetary expense that the American people pay for their reservations. And so in other words, their sovereign little nation is dependent on the U.S. taxpayer. And that's kind of almost as an apology for everything they went through. And I'm fine with it. I think we should give them more. But okay, it is what it is. But it's still a hot mess. And of course, the government will say, well, that's because, look, they run their own stuff. It's corrupt. It's this. No, it's because they're not given enough. They're not given enough to utilize in order to get their populations to a place where they can be educated, where they can be fed, clothed, housed properly. It's like entire countries living off welfare on the reservations. It's horrible. And the only tribes that have really been successful are the ones that got into like gambling and things as such. And they were able to make money.
I'm a bit confused what you're saying. You're sort of suggesting that push additional socialist spending onto these peoples. Therefore, they can stop being such a sort of socialist.
No, we put, the way I'm looking at it is we force them to, it's kind of like what happened with the Gazans. Okay? Israel came in and settled themselves, right? Then they decided that wasn't enough. Nope. We want this land, this salmon, and this land. We're going to extend, we're going to put settlers all over the place. Even though that's not our land, it's our right because we're Israel. And he said it, so you can't counter Mammy on that one. He has said it. Bibi has said it. So, yep, they start plopping people into land that's not theirs. And the people that were on that land, some of them, their families have been there for almost 1,000 years, easily, have now got to find somewhere else to go. And not only that, like, I can show you videos, Mark, of settlers just going into their homes and throwing people out in Lebanon and in Gaza.
Okay, I'm going to be a bit controversial here. History is built upon conquerors.
But aren't we supposed to be modern? Aren't we supposed to be civilized and modern, Mark? Is that civilized and modern to be a conqueror like that, to be barbaric?
Well, a lot of people use that as an excuse
if you ask a Greek 2,000 years ago or Roman 2,000 years ago, if conquering this goal,
but we're not 2,000 years in the
past. That's hiding history, though. See, it's like let's just go ahead and say, "Oh, history belongs to the conquerors." Bullshit. We know what's
well. It's not just that.
There's a paper trail a mile long on all of the people who died and weren't conquerors. But we're supposed to listen to the conquerors. No. You know,
it's not just that.
I still think
it's empirical.
Even the Roman Empire, like England and frickin' all of Europe, makes the Roman Empire be so grand because they gave them all this stuff. These people frickin' pillaged, raped, and killed their frickin' people to do that.
Yep.
And they still have frickin' these towers up where people can drive through because the Romans were so great.
Well,
the Romans were horrible, freaking degrading, despicable people, dude.
They were great conquerors. We'll put it that way.
They were disgusting. The Greeks were homosexuals. Everything written in their writing had to do with freaking sex with other freaking men. And Greek writing is so great. No, it's not. It's freaking pornography. The freaking... I'll put it to you this way. Frickin' they were not the good guys when it comes to frickin' fighting the frickin' oh my God, now I'm having a brain fart. When they were fighting Xerxes and all them.
Oh yeah, the Persian Wars.
The Persians, okay? The Persians were the first frickin' civilization to frickin' abolish slavery, dude. But you won't hear that in frickin' European history books.
Well, that's what I say. I always point out to people, the Ottoman Empire ruled for a very long time before England came in and took control. And the only reason England took control, and people don't know this, you've got to go look, all the way up until the late 1880s, they did fine. They had Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody was coexisting under the Ottoman Empire. And it was not a bad deal. They had very limited historical issues. It wasn't until the late 1880s, it wasn't until the late 1880s when the Zionists started moving into the Ottoman Empire that they started having problems between the races. It's on record.
Actually, there are arguments about historical taxes being pushed on non-Muslim believers within the Ottoman Empire. There were some unfair disadvantages for non-Muslims.
But violence was not what it became.
But they didn't have the violence. To worship too. Even though they were considered a minority group, they were still allowed to worship their deities. They were never restricted.
It's kind of like I had an interesting educational experience on a case I worked not too long ago, and I think I told you guys about this. I did not know that during the Shah's administration, there was a huge influence of Iranian Zionists. I had no idea. And they worked very high up in his science fields, in his education systems. I mean, when he fell, when the Shah of Iran got deposed, a lot of them ran here to the States and were sucked up by our government, kind of like the Nazis, and utilized. So again, I have an issue. And that's why, and I keep saying to people, that is why the Iranian people do not want the Shah's son taking power.
It's just worth noting that there is a Jewish community in Iran, but they have less than a typical Iranian citizen.
I did not get any of that. You broke up right in the middle of it.
Sure. There is a community of Jewish in Iran, but when it comes to things like taxation, I believe they receive less rights than the average Iranian citizen.
No, nope, not during the Shah. Not during the Shah.
Have you guys ever read about Esther? Have you guys ever heard about Esther? Queen Esther is actually a Persian legend, okay? And she was a Jewish woman. That's where all this starts from. A lot of people talk about the lost tribes of Israel, and they don't realize that the lost tribes are actually people who just didn't return back to Judea after the Babylonians took them into captivity. A lot of them decided to stay.
Yep, true story. And again, this is not stuff you're taught. I mean, if you actually talk to a rabbi that is of the old belief, they will tell you this. They'll give you basically the God's honest, unvarnished truth. But if you talk to a Zionist rabbi, you're going to get a different truth. It's very interesting because, like I said, it's like talking to all different groups of Christians. You're always going to get a different rendition of what they believe the Bible says, depending on what's going to benefit their group. I find that to be true, but I find with the Zionists, literally, if I go back through history, literally, in fact, people always say, oh, the Illuminati, and they say it in hush words, the Illuminati, they're serious, they're going to kill us all. Okay, they were a bunch of scientists, yes, but what I find really interesting about the Illuminati is where they came from. What are the origins of the actual group, the Illuminati? The origins are Romania. Romania is another seat of the Zionist Empire. Again, you got to look up their history. And it's like, oh, Lord, did we get sucker punched? Have we been getting sucker punched for that long? Wow, if anybody can play a long game, it's the Zionists. And that is the truth of it. And I think this latest effort, this joke of let's merge with U.S. intelligence. Are you out of your ever-loving mind? Why would U.S. citizens trust you? Why? What reason has Israel given us to trust them? We've seen what they do to their neighbors. We've seen what they do to their ceasefires. Why would we trust them? Because they have money? Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of that money came from U.S. taxpayers. So again, why? What reason have we been given to trust them? None. Really none. In fact, we have more pedophiles deported from the States to Israel. In fact, in the last 2 years, some very high-profile pedophiles have been deported back to Israel. No trial. They're not getting U.S. justice. They've lived here. They've profited from us. But they're not being held accountable for their behavior. They're getting sent back home to Israel.
But is that not true for other countries, for non-Jewish countries? I mean,
I agree.
In Europe with Islam and so-called sexual activity.
I don't disagree because the Muslims actually the Muslims, the Hindus, I can name off a couple of groups that their proclivities are to marry their girls as soon as they get their menstrual cycles. And start having sex because they want the women to have the babies young, because in their culture, the younger the woman is, the more children they can produce, and actually the more fertile they are at the younger ages. It's backwards. Science has actually proven that to be untrue, but it is their culture. It's not abusing a child. See, pedophilia is a little different than that. Pedophilia is a control thing. And I've always said that. It's got nothing to do with the sex. It's got really not a lot to do with the age. It's got everything in the world to do with psychological control over somebody who's much weaker than you. And it's like rape. I've always said that to people. Rape is not about sex. I don't know why people think it is. It is not. It's about power. It's about control. It's about dominance. Same thing with pedophilia. And like I said, the children, especially in a country where it is a crime and people are raised and the children are raised to see it as such, to commit such acts knowing it breaks the laws of this country and to do it flagrantly, just to say, well, I'm going home to my country now because they're going to protect me, because in Israel it's not good, but it's not bad either. Just depends on which faith you follow over there, which Jewish laws you ascribe to. But with that, guys, I got to take us out to break for our longer break of the evening. Get up, get yourself a drink, stretch out, and then return to home base. We shall be back with the Vixen's Vault in just a little bit.
Great wrap up. Good.
Aha! I can see your fingers. I'm looking at Mark's fingers. 3, 2. I'm like, Either Mark has got really twitchy nerves in his fingers, or he's trying to tell me to count down to the break.
Yep. That's me.
But we just sent another one. We just had another Jew out of California deported for pedophilia. And it's like, we arrest our own. Like, they're going nuts arresting them over here right now. They're getting, every day I'm seeing different reports of large groups being arrested for trafficking and pedophilia. And to know that there's certain people that get pulled out of those groups and sent back with absolutely no repercussions, no ramifications, and believe me, the only way you find it in the news is if you start really combing through stuff. It's very little mention of it because people would be livid. They would be livid.
Yeah. I vote for the Tartarian form of government.
Yeah, no shit. No shit, Mark.
Okay.
Viva Tartaria! Woohoo! Flat Earth.
Have a look at the demographic data on this one, because, without knowing the sort of numbers you're talking about.
It's and again, because our DHS and ICE units are focusing on recovery right now. Everybody thinks they're after the illegal immigrants. Not so much. That's kind of a cover story. Yeah, they're going after them, but what they're really after are the human traffickers and basically the sexual miscreants. And they're nailing them. Again, if you go look up the stats on how many people have been arrested by DHS and ICE since Donald Trump came into office, it's insane. How many kids have been recovered? It's almost 300,000.
And with that, I'm going to end this meeting and bring us right back.
Okie dokie.
Just before you do that, I just don't believe in arrest figures. The more
hurry up,
important
Mark,
is
before we get cut off.
Conviction figures, more important.
I want to talk
Okay,
more.
You're going to have to repeat that when we come back on. I'm hanging up.
All right, we'll be right back.
15 seconds.
Mark's got a big mouth.
We'll be right back with Hour 2 of the Vixen's Vault and the Legion of Chaos right after this. Let me get us reconnected up once again. Hey there, David. Welcome back.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep getting this little box when I this is second one. I don't even know what it is. I don't even read it. I just exit out.
Okay.
I don't know.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you're not getting any bad weather, Mark, in Uvalde, are they? Is it coming your way?
I did get some storms the past couple days, but it seems to be blowing through.
No flooding or anything like that?
Not where
That's
I'm
good.
at, no.
We've got flooding.
You up here in Ohio, Roger, or Illinois? Where the heck you from?
Illinois.
Illinois.
Southern Illinois.
You've been getting floods?
We've been getting floods and stuff. At first, it was the thing that spooked me out about it was like the heat, because it was up in the 90s for quite a few days, and it was still raining. And I'm like, the heat index is supposed to stop that, but then it kept raining, and then finally the temperatures dropped, and it's just been every other day, just nothing but rain.
Oh God! Well, we got told last week that we were getting the Saharan dust cloud again, times 20.
Yep.
A real thick one, and it was going to dry us out. And I got to tell you, we've been saturated. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, we had a storm the other day that was like hurricane force, and it lasted. It wasn't like a 4 o'clock, 30-minute whoopsie. It was like 3 hours of 75-mile-an-hour winds.
All right, we got Larry, John Allen, and Chemtrails New Mexico in YouTube chat, just to let you know.
Chemtrails.
Shalom.
Yeah, Chemtrails from Mines.com.
Go, Roger, go!
Nice.
Go, Roger!
Well, Chemtrails is he's one of the oldest members of Mines.
Yep,
he
sure is. He's been on
he's
a
a
few.
veteran.
He's been on a few of John's shows too.
Mm-hmm. Now, Chemtrails, if you can get him on here, he would rock your world, dude.
No,
he would rock your world, dude.
Wait.
I don't have a bleeping button fast enough. All right.
Oh,
we
well,
can't
you don't
do
have
that.
a bleeping button for us either, so it's like.
But Raph's been a lot better about this. Raph has gotten a lot better. All right.
The good thing about Chemtrails is this: like, whenever you talk to Chemtrails, he cusses a lot, but at the same time, he says stuff that's right along with what's being said here. Like, you won't hear him talking about which side to take, like a liberal or a freaking conservative, as much. He just tells you like it is on Mines, you know.
Well, again, I think you're being shown more and more, Roger, that there really aren't liberals and conservatives. I mean, there are in the general population, but that's because they've been guided to one side or the other, depending on where their demographics are. Where do they live? What do their areas need? Really, what you are party-wise kind of depends on where you are in many ways.
I think that's a form of brainwash. Everybody's saying that, like you can't be unbiased. I remember 10 years ago where people were trying to be unbiased.
Yep.
And now everybody's like, you got to choose a side. Who says that? Who determines?
Nope, I won't do it. In fact, I was saying to Raphael, I got to make sure I put in my stuff that shows independent, because I refuse to be affiliated now with a party. I only stayed affiliated with the Republicans because I knew for voting reasons that was important, because of the way the elections are held. If you're an independent, you cannot vote in the primaries.
Right.
So,
correct. Yep.
For that reason. But that's to me, that should be a crime. You should have a voice in every piece of the election process, no matter what you think. Even if you're if you are a registered tax-paying voter, you shouldn't have to register with a party. I think that's ridiculous. That's cutting your voice out. Either you agree with the two biggies, or you don't get a say in the primaries that decide who goes for the presidential election, who goes for the senatorial. What?
Well, see, that's
should
fascinating.
not be that way.
That's fascinating for Mark, because we've actually been having conversations about this, and like Naroki doesn't understand the whole concept either, because they're more party centric, where we're more the individual sovereignty.
Yep.
You know, and they don't understand that. Like they think that being an individual is voter is actually a form of popularity. You know what I mean? Where I see it the other way around. Movement. Yeah, now, I see it the other way around.
The individual voter is the only way to keep the vote honest, to me, because when you start doing the whole party line thing, look at what happened back with not Rand Paul, his father, Ron Paul.
Yeah,
Look at what happened with Ron Paul in 2012. How is that doing justice to the American voter when the party wouldn't put him on the ballot? He had the votes to get on the ballot, and they said, nope. What? You're going against the voter for your party preferences? That is not why we have political parties. So again, to me, it should be the individual voter.
Have you been keeping a track on the local elections over in England? That's what me and Mark's been talking about with Burnham. Burnham was literally blocked because he would have been an obstacle. He would have been an obstacle to what's his face, the dude that was the last prime minister that just resigned. Starmer, and their party literally blocked him. Came up with a reason so he couldn't run for prime minister. They finally released it.
And I think war chest should be absolutely banned. I think that is absolutely, if you truly love your country and you truly are there to represent your country for the right reasons, you don't need corporate sponsors.
Actually, I sort of have a slightly different thing for you on this one. I would like the US to go down a British front on this one. Britain, for electioneering, you have got a cap, a maximum cap. I think it's something like £25,000.
No,
pounds.
I agree with the maximum cap, but I do not believe in any kind of corporate interest. End of sentence. There should not be a lobby.
And I would
actually none of those things
add,
should exist.
I would actually include unions and special interest groups, like
no parties, no special interest.
Right.
The individual only. That's what I'd like to see.
Who's going to fund the parties before they go into politics?
Say that again.
Who funds
the parties?
Well, that's part of the problem. You have players like George Soros, who comes over here and puts a ton of money into or the Koch brothers. That would be the conservative end of it. They put tons of money into basically random PACs. And those are what actually fund the coronated. We'll call them the coronated, the people who they decide they want to be their front runners.
Don't even
and
get
everybody
me started.
else is, it's
Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
Clinton Foundation?
Heritage Foundation.
30 seconds, folks.
But this is all irrelevant. Political parties are still businesses in themselves. They still have to spend money on advertising. They've still got to spend money on.
That's why we don't like him. That's why we don't like him, dude.
There's
3, 2, 1, and you're live.
And we're back, and that was yet another fun halftime show for the Vixens Vault. We'll just put it that way. 10:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, July the 15th, 2026. Welcome back to the show, and we couldn't help it. We went into politics. We went into the ridiculousness of the two-party system. We went into who funds them, why, and again, not only that, I'm going to add a topper on that one, Mark, too. I am a firm believer that it's one and done. You serve office, you get elected, you go in, you get one term. One. And, if congressmen don't like that, then fine. Up the term limits or the time period for the term from 2 years to 4 years. I'm cool with that. But you get one turn, one chance up at bat. If we like what you're doing, we'll reelect somebody that is doing the same deal. Somebody who's going to hold that line and tow it. But one and done. The dynastic evolution of our politicians right now is crazy.
There's a couple of issues with that, obviously. What happens if the next runners are not upholding the same?
Then they get voted out, Mark.
Incumbent.
Or they get recalled. We can recall our politicians.
Yeah, but if the next group of politicians aren't going to do the same thing as the previous president, then you've got no government.
So you figure it out, and people have to learn how to talk again, and how to debate, and how to negotiate. Because that's kind of what politics are supposed to be, not this game of playing, hide the money, and spend it on our stupid little things. Let's send a bunch of money to South America for tranny shows. That's a great idea, said no one ever, who actually realized it was happening.
Also the issue of Western politics is the old 5-year run, the 5-year Reich.
Well, like I said, they want to do 4 years, we can even expand it out to a 5-year. That's fine.
Well,
Because if we don't like what you're doing, we can recall you.
But that's your problem, isn't it? Because a politician is only interested in this 4, 5 years of term. Who cares
But
what
again,
happens in 10, 15 years' time?
if they're doing good in that 4 to 5 years and we like the road they have us on, we can continue by electing a predecessor, or it's not a predecessor, a successor, somebody who is within that group that we know is going to hold the line. The problem is that we've given people 40, 50-year friggin' leashes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're not saying that they can't run for an equal or higher office.
Higher office, right. We're not saying like if you ran as a senator, we liked what you did. Oh, well, maybe I'll run for a governor. Maybe I'll run for president. You can do that, but you cannot run concurrent terms. As I said, you can even run again. If, next guy for 4 years does the last job, you want to go back in? Okay, that's fine. As long as they're not concurrent terms. Because what happens when you have somebody serving dynastic 40 to 50-year concurrent terms is they build powerhouses. And they cannot be gainsaid. They take full control and they dominate the entire area. It's like, if you look at like our Security Council, you look at the members, the Congress people who are embedded in these councils, the Energy Commission, things that that control everything. These are dynastic politicians. And I mean, they will literally, if anybody goes against anything they say, they will destroy that person. Whether we love them or not, doesn't matter. What the people want becomes inconsequential because they become so arrogant and so completely convinced that what they're doing is right. They don't care about what the American people think.
I can see two further issues on both the opposite lines. After no politician run in office for 30, 40 odd years, that politician has a wealth of experience, has a wealth of knowledge, has a wealth
don't
of...
care. Look at what it's done to us right now. But look at what it was, Mark. Look at what it's done to us. Look at what has happened to the states because of our quote unquote wealth of experience.
I was also going to say there was two negative points. In the UK, especially, we've seen a lot of politicians that became politicians without any sort of previous experience. So we've got politicians talking about economics when they've never owned a business in their life. But if that's the case, then you learn. The people, as a voting mass, learns. Okay, we liked what they said, but they couldn't get it executed in the time they were allotted. So we need to look for somebody who can get it executed, who follows the same pathway, but has the abilities to execute it. And that doesn't mean they have a history as a politician. That means they are an economist. They are somebody who specializes in that field, who knows what the hell they're talking about. Donald Trump was never a politician before he ran for president. Not one time, but he did run businesses. And he knew what corruption looked like within those businesses. And he knew what tax was supposed to look like. He knew what taxes weren't right. He knew. Why? Because he ran a business. Okay? And again, people can like him or hate him, but he is a good businessman. He knows what he's doing when it comes to business. The problem is you put a lot of politicians with zero experience in business in a place of great power where they are making lots of money off the side. Do you know how much richer our politicians come out of office? They're supposed to make $215,000 a year, okay? You're talking they make millions. Obama's are way up, like close to 100 million now. Clinton, I'll never forget her sob story. And when my God, when her daughter was getting married, when Chelsea was getting married, and she went to the American public, we can't even afford her wedding. Well, it was an $8 million wedding. Yeah, I could see problems affording that. Oh, just take it out of the Clinton Foundation. You know, the money is stole from everybody in Haiti. Just take it from there, guys. Go for it. And that's exactly what they did. On the point of judging somebody on the previous occupation, it reminds me of Angela Rayner. She was the Labour MP for Secretary of State. Yeah, but she still. Oh no, she was. She had meant to come from a big economic sort of background, working in financial services. She was demonstrated that she lied on her CV, on her resume, and rather than having a big office in financial services, she was just a customer complaints executive.
So you recall her. If she can't do the job, that's what I'm saying. What has happened to the world? Both America and England, this has happened. Why are we so afraid to stand up and say, you're a failure, get out? You represent this entire country. You represent her people, her future. And you can't do the job we put you there to do. Goodbye, there's the door. Since when have we become these sappy, soppy, whining bitches that give everybody 50 million chances to corrupt everything? And when it comes to the people we elect that can't get things done, a lot of times, especially when they don't have experience, a lot of times it's because they're running into the dynastic politicians who want it done exactly the way they want it done because they're clearing lots of profit off it that way. So they get shut down. That's what I'm saying. We need to stop the dynasties. We need to stop the funding of the dynasties. We need, I mean, if anything, guys, USAID should have taught everybody a huge lesson as to how much wheeling and dealing and BS has been happening in the American government for how long. So much wasted money. That's our money. We earn it. And I wanted to slap Obama when he said that. You didn't do that. I did that. Really? You built the U.S. interstate system with your own two little Nigerian hands? Really? Or Kenyan, whatever they were? You did that, Obama? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure those of us who started paying taxes when we were 15 and 16, we did that. Every year we paid our taxes.
I still blame it on the English.
We had nothing to do with Obama. Promise.
You have to do with all of it. You, Canada, freaking New Zealand, Australia, every single problem we've had rotates around England, okay?
Every single one.
Every single one.
Well,
dude.
you did kind of see, here's the thing. We did fight a revolution against you, and we did win the War of 1812, but then we fought a civil war. And we went right back under your thumb again. Because the Fed is actually the actual, and people, again, do your homework, guys. The actual bank that everything extends from, the Fed is privatized, private banks. Well, go look at what bank is at the top of that list. Bank of England. So, guess what?
No private institution.
Yeah, we've been kind of England's bitches for a long time. And that's, everything that's happened since then, even right up to, I was peeing myself with the Trump visit with King Charles because there was a lot that was being said that was not being said during that visit. A lot of symbolism was occurring during that visit that,
You've heard of Euronext, right?
Uh-huh.
Euronext owns freaking the stock exchange.
Yep.
And everything, everything.
It's a company.
Everybody talks about money, okay? Let's talk about bearer bonds. If you want to know what the dollar is really based off of, it's based off of the American bearer bonds, and those are traded on the stock market.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you really got to look at who actually owns freaking the stock market. The stock
and who
exchange.
insures the bearer bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Who insures the bearer bonds? That's funny because that's, again, a lesson that people tend to have to learn the hard way. With 9/11, if you really question what happened then and why, look at who insured what. That's all I'm going to say. Go back and start digging into the policies.
Intercontinental exchange.
Yep, you're going to find a lot of stuff that's going to make you angry. I'm going to tell you that much. But and people don't want to go there. I think that's what I find the most curious about Americans. We are definitely cowboys. We're definitely yahoos in a lot of ways. And they've worked very hard to try to, excuse the expression, Mark, cover your ears, to pussify that out of us. They've worked real hard. But the fact is that now we still exist in some forms, and we don't like being angered. But guys, they've made your reality what they want it to be, not necessarily what's actually happening. So do not be surprised if you eventually hit the ceiling, the glass ceiling with this, because it's always like you can see all the wheels are already starting to come off the cart. You can see it happen. And, you know, just like this weekend, everything that happened on top of, you know, Mitt Romney disappearing and Lindsey Graham kicking the bucket. Then you had, you know, the Qatar and people again, the Emir of Qatar died the same day. Okay, the Emir of Qatar, that is I know most Americans are like, I can't even pronounce that. I don't even know what you go look it up. Okay, huge power player in everything that's going on overseas. Okay, he dies on Sunday too. And then this little finite little article shows up on Monday that the president of Iran, not the current one, the one that preceded him immediately, was arrested by Iranians for apparently, and quote unquote, having backline communications with the Mossad. And I have said it to you guys over and over and over again. I thought that a lot of this had to do with routing out Mossad and Zionist connections within Iran, because it was prevalently there preceding the Khomeini administration. Of course it was going to infest itself. The only country in the Middle East that stands to gain with any of these conflicts is Israel. Iran has nothing to gain with this, and I keep saying that. Fuck, show me where Iran is going to gain from this. Somebody explain it to me. Financially, nope. I mean, symbolically, nope. Show me what they have to gain out of this whole conflict.
If you're talking about the current political holders of Iran and the IRGC, then nothing. But if you look at it on a wider sort of point, Iranian democracy.
No, because that's supposedly not their goal, is it? No, because that's what we're told over and over again, that they don't want to, you know, we can't support them because they don't want to be democratic. Well, no, I know Iranians who have come over here. No, they've always kind of wanted a democratic nation. So who is saying that? Is it actually the Iranians or is it infiltration? Because Israel has always wanted Iran. Always. Even go all the way back to the 7-Day War. And they wanted Iran. You know, it has been absolutely historical with them.
It's fair to say that Iran has been an issue for a lot of that region, Saudi Arabia, UAE, since 79 onwards.
Yeah, but again, if you had infiltrators in there who want to make Iran a big problem and influence the actions of the Iranian government to make it preferable to take over another sovereign nation, because that's how Israel plays the game. They've done it over and over. They literally have done it over and over, and nobody wants to call them out on it. I'm like, why aren't they getting called out on this? They did it with Gaza. They did it with Lebanon. They do it over and over. It's like rereading the same book. Okay, and like I said, it's never their fault. They're always getting picked on.
I should correct myself. Not really an issue from 1979, but at least an issue from the end of the Soviet Union, so from 1991 onwards.
Actually, it was kind of the end of 79. It was 79 because previous to the Shah.
I'm just thinking that at least was the Soviets had control of Afghanistan and those other areas. There was a modicum of control. There was a modicum of being able to enforce your more westernized rules.
Gotcha. But like I said, it's really interesting, Mark, if you do the timeline. The collapse of the Shah's empire, because that's kind of what it was. The Shah was an empire. Okay. Shah collapses 79, 80, 81. And then you had the Khomeinis take over. And like I said, at the time of the Shah collapsing, and this is what gets real funny. really interesting. And again, I only found this out because I was working a case and I had to do information. I had to dig up information. Almost 70% of the Iranian Jews that worked under the Shah went to Nottingham University in England. Yeah. So talk about a connection. They all went to England for their schooling.
I find
and almost all went to Nottingham.
You asked about why Israel doesn't get connected to everything, and the one thing that me and Mark had a conversation about that I think we both forget is like you have to take a look at stuff like our cybersecurity that we have set up here in the United States. Now we go off of CISA. Now that's heavily influenced by the UK's NCSC. Okay, and not only that, but the INCD in Israel. So these three countries are really, really, really interconnected with one another. You know what I mean? Like, you know how whenever you go on the internet now and you can actually use your fingerprint for freaking identification.
Biometrics. Yep.
Biometrics. They were using that during freaking Desert Storm.
Okay? I know.
Roger,
I gotta stop you. I gotta take us out for our last break before Mark actually has a finger meltdown.
All right.
Hang in there, guys. We'll return with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
Good job and good catch.
Oh, yes. I saw you when Mark was talking, and I'm like, I'm timing it out in my head. And I'm listening to Roger, and I looked at my clock, I was like, oh, yeah, yep, nope, gotta get it out to break. But Roger, it's so connected.
Yeah. You can't disconnect them. That's the bad part.
I think we're seeing a move to it, though, Roger, because, again, when Peter Thiel took off, let me tell you, that was very telling. And now you're seeing this huge push against flock cameras, and that is Palantir. I don't care what people say. Flock is Palantir.
If they're going to do that, they're going to have to be honest about things, like Epstein.
Yep.
Okay.
Not just Epstein. Not just Epstein.
He's one of them. He's one of many of them.
They're not going to just have to be honest about Epstein. It's not just
Epstein. It's going to be a lot more than just Epstein.
Yep.
But he's going to have to be one of them. You see what I mean? It's just
the Epstein.
They're going to have to come out with that.
As far as Americans are concerned, you are never going to hear anything, the truth about Epstein.
Never.
Is too wrapped up in international politics.
And this everything we're talking about right now, he's connected with. Like all these models coming from France, you remember La Femme Nikita? That was real shit.
Yep.
Just so people know.
Put it this way, Mark. If the powers that be were still in control, as people want to believe they are, we would not be seeing the information that we're getting about Israeli movements, about Syrian movements. You would not be being told the truth. Why? Because they controlled every aspect of the media for a very long time. Like, we were all getting the same BS crap for a very long time. Now you notice we're not getting all the same BS crap. And that's why the whole, fake news, everybody throws that term out to really cause chaos. Because you don't know what's real, what's not.
I was having this similar discussion with some of those not long ago. It's worth remembering that the media landscape ecosystem has grown massively. When I was a kid, back prior to '82, there was only 3 TV stations on British television.
Me too.
And ABC, CBS, and NBC.
NBC.
Oh, yep. And don't forget the very last one. There was a 4th one, PBS.
Yep, PBS, because that was public broadcasting. And then you had... In fact, I find it horrifying that you have to pay for, like, CBS and NBC if you want to really watch their stuff. You have to actually pay for it, because those are ridiculous.
Yeah.
But,
no.
Then you had...
you want to
don't forget the good old days of UHF.
UHF channels,
yes. Man,
which
all the great stuff came
44 and 28. Yep.
Yeah.
UHF channels, and then
Channel
you had,
44 was awesome, man, because it was like
Channel 44, Channel 28.
Yep.
13.
And then you had
13
freaking Fox.
Was PBS.
Fox came on, and Fox came on board. and I think that was in the mid to late 80s, you had Fox. And then Fox made its name during the Iraqi War because of Shepard Smith. And I'll never forget that because I was like, they had to have planned that shit. I'll never forget that with his helmet on inside the hotel room. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah. Board helmet.
But-
you know they had a stage they actually were working off of. They exposed that.
Yep.
No,
That's
that
what I'm saying. There's so much we've been set up so badly. But Mark, you say that with the 3 stations, and how many stations we have now. But you have to follow the etymology and the chronology of these carriers and these stations. The bigger ones all go back to like
Rupert.
6 people.
Okay, my point wasn't related to TV per se. I'm just saying that back prior to '82, there was a very limited amount. But now we've got the internet, we've got social media, we've got the programs like this. So,
you also have to be careful with Mark, because Mark thinks like the AI is going to collapse like the video game industry did. That's
30 seconds.
We see. Well, my argument is that this is a boom and bust, and we are over the peak already.
Yeah, it's still going to survive.
I'm kind of with Mark.
And here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. The last segment of the Vixen's Vault. It is 10:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Wednesday, July the 15th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vault. And again, our breaks go really crazy fast, and everybody's trying to say something at the same time on the break. It's kind of fun. And poor Mark Edward, he's always trying to like fight from beneath the water in the pond. It's like, oh, let me get this fish out. Oh, trying to hit Roger. Can't see him. Roger's just like that.
I come at
that
him
agitating
like a felon,
dog.
dude. I come at him like a felon.
You're like the dog jumping around. Arf, 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 arf.
I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking, king of my world, just a gangster stalking.
Oh, wow. Roger just went full rapper on me. Okay.
That's right.
But, I mean, it's interesting, though, when you sit and you talk to everybody and you hear kind of how they view it. And again, we are all kind of a victim to our surroundings in many, many ways. I'll make that point. A lot of times, and I've kind of always said this is why I believe in the power of the individual, not so much the group. Socialism, yeah, it's a great concept in theory, but it doesn't work. Why? Because at the base of all things, we're all individuals. And to expect us to all become a Borg-like unit is not, that goes against human nature. In every way I can ever tell you, it goes against who we are.
Okay, I've made this analogy before. Roger got really confused about this. If you eat too much cake, is that unhealthy for you?
No.
Depends on your body.
If you eat, if you eat a little bit of cake occasionally, isn't that much more healthier?
No.
Yeah, it depends on your body. Everybody's body's different. Everybody's body's different, though.
If you have too much socialism, if you have extreme levels of socialism, that's a bad thing. But if you have modicum socialism, I don't know, like say paying taxes to make sure there's no potholes in the road. That's.
Yeah, but Mark, here's the problem.
Can I have a rebuttal? Can I have a rebuttal? Because he thinks he's just so smart.
Oh God! Go ahead, Roger.
Okay, now the thing about it is it's like you said, and you listen to people talk, and they always talk about social engineering this and social engineering that, but nobody ever wants to connect freaking social engineering to things like socialism, bureaucracy, sociology, anything of this nature. Everybody will talk about the Frankfurt School, but they don't want to talk about freaking sociology and how it's freaking affecting people. Okay? It's just like the Hegelian dialect. You guys talk about that all the time. Okay? Hegel.
It is the Hegelian dialectic.
You see? And all of this is sociology, and it's social engineering. The system's not broken. It's always... It was made to work like this. It's just people have gotten really smart and they've learned how to manipulate it.
Well, and I think here's my point, and I always point this out to people. Great innovation and great innovators were never part of the crowd. And I always point that out. They were not people who went with the conventional. They went outside the box. Why? Because they embraced their individuality. They embraced their ability to go outside the box. That's what brings about innovation. That's what brings about advancement. That's what brings about moving forward. When you have group innovation, that's much more complicated. Why? Because you have 5 million different people with 5 million different directions they want to go to, and they try to find the sum of the best of everybody. But that's not usually what happens. The natural way that happens is the most powerful voice has the most influence. And it's not necessarily the most intelligent voice. It's the most powerful voice. And that's my problem with socialism in general. And I always said socialism is crowd rule. Okay, socialism is a population movement.
Arguably, that's not necessarily a bad thing, nor not necessarily a good thing. I mean, you need a government that has a strong voice. You've got a government that is intending to follow out their mandates.
Yes and no, but like the United States. So we have a lot of socialistic aspects within our government that started with, actually, if you really want to get serious, it started with the Fed. It moved into FDR was the one that really put a lot of the mechanisms in play that kind of segued our Constitution into this amalgamation that it should never have been. Okay, honestly, the New Deal should never have happened. It wasn't constitutional. It went against what the Founding Fathers wrote down, and they wrote what they wrote for a reason. They did not want us to be a group speak nation. They wanted us to be a nation where everybody had a voice. Now, granted, the group speak were the ones that ended up in control, but if you didn't like what they did, you had a way to fix it. In socialism, you don't get that. Okay, you do not. And I keep saying that. What happens to countries that go strictly socialistic? They end up going communistic very, very quickly.
Again, strictly.
Very quickly.
Britain is a socialist country, and irrelevant of what's happening at this.
You're actually leaning into communism.
Well, actually, I think they're leaning into Islamism. You know, having the a change of religion being over them, because the king, you know, kind of said, "Well, I'm not the leader of the church anymore." So there we go. You know, so you know, we're getting into when it comes to Europe and how they do things over there. That's what I believe. They're going into that kind of government.
They're oligarchical, but they don't recognize it. And in many ways, like I said, they are literally, they've already made the segue from socialist to communist. They just, again, they don't see it because of the way communism is defined. They don't see it. And it's like, okay, let's go back to your Magna Carta, guys. Let's go back to the British Magna Carta and let's see how that stands up against what's currently happening in your country.
Right.
It does not.
You mentioned
the Magna Carta still exists anyway.
You mentioned oligarchical, and I want to mention something on that because there's an important thing people need to understand. Like when you hear about oligarchy, they usually clump that up with autocracy.
Yep.
Okay. Now the thing of it is I'm seeing it as more of a going back to a freaking, like Mark said, about a freaking monarchy, kind of empirical monarchy system. Because listen to me on this, okay? People are saying oligarchy and they're saying autocracy, but they're not pointing out who's supposed to be this one ruler that's supposed to rule over everybody. Nobody's mentioning that. Okay, and that's how an oligarchy and an autocracy works. There has to be somebody at the head that makes all the decisions.
In theory, a monarch is a good thing because governments come and go. The monarch is there to keep the nation stable.
When they're not interbreeding, it's a good thing. I mean, when the problem is the monarchies have all interbred, so trusting the actual mental stability of the monarch is kind of important to me. And I'm pretty sure that's really questionable, especially in the European bloodlines. Just going to put that out there. So, I mean, I know, I see your face, Mark, but it's true, and you know it, and I know it.
There's been some exceptions to the rule.
Bunch of inbreeders.
They are. They literally, holy crow, it's like, how many
Waterheads.
times can you level your DNA up like that?
Up in Southern Illinois, we call them waterheads. They got like freaking wet brain and stuff. You know what wet brain is, Mark?
Yeah, I get the concept.
Okay.
But arguably, even though Elizabeth II didn't really do very much in public, she was a very stabilizing monarch.
Yeah.
In private, yes, that she did. And actually, it's funny because she went through a lot. She was, I think, of all the monarchs, she was probably one of the more human ones, but she couldn't show it to her people. There was a lot of humanity in her. But you've got, look at the dorks she produced. Let's take a look at her lineage. Okay, Charles is a moron. You have Andrew, who diddles children and young girls.
Yep.
You've got, I mean, let's look at the history she's left on her. You've got emotionally.
Yes, just before we continue, I have to say alleged because I don't think Andrew has been proven guilty in a court of law.
Oh, pretty sure he's guilty.
They'll kill him like they did Epstein.
Oh, they're best off.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure.
not getting sued or anything.
I mean, he's got a long history.
They'll
And
kill
actually,
him. He's going to be
Charles-
dead here before long.
when Charles was younger, he was quite the womanizer. People forget that. It was acceptable back in the 70s and the 80s. In fact, it made him very popular amongst his people that he was this ladies' man. He was like JFK for them. I mean, he was just sleeping with anything and everything that moved. And that is the truth. But again, it's one of those things where, okay, so now we've got this man who literally spends most of his day in a flower garden. And his country is falling apart. He's supposed to be the father of your country. The father of your country. He is supposed to be the symbol of all things English. And yep, he is in his butterfly garden and basically happily integrating cultures that completely buck against the mindset of the Western world. And that's, dude, as much as they say, well, grow up and learn to integrate, I'm sorry, that's going to cause massive cultural meltdown. Massive. Especially when you talk about a violent culture integrating with a more civilized culture that still has little violent backgrounds, like over here. What happens when we start seeing, like, look at all the Mexicans coming in? What's happening now? You're getting massive pushback. But they spent 5 years trying to pussify this country. 5 years under COVID, pushing all these stupid agendas that feminized everything. Why go the feminine route? Well, because the feminines, the women are the ones that say, well, let's hold on a moment. Let's our empathy, our sympathy, that's one of the things that makes us feminine. Okay, so let's just push that and piss it all over the male world in the United States, confuse the hell out of the younger generations, and then try to, I always said it was a great plan because they allowed millions into this country under Biden. I mean, ridiculous amounts came into this country. We are already toppled over under Trump with all the crap that had come in under Obama. I mean,
also, I would point out the same under Johnson, Boris Johnson.
Yeah, you're Boris Johnson. Yep. He got real quiet. Yeah. But
There was
literally,
something too when you were talking earlier about the difference between England and here, and I want to point something out too when it comes to like running for prime minister. We were talking earlier about Burnham not being able to run, okay? And the reason why they wouldn't allow him to run was because he didn't have a seat on the as a minister. Now, here in the United States, we don't do that. Anybody has the right to vote for or run for president. Okay,
Yep.
That's another aspect of it. And a lot of what you guys are talking about now goes back to what I was talking about with sociology. Okay, and this is where I'm talking about. The system's not broke. It's just they're using it to manipulate things. And a lot of things you're hearing today is gender freaking politics.
Yep.
Okay, and that's
Well,
straight up sociology.
And well, the thing is, too, a lot of Americans don't realize that when you vote for president, specifically president, you can write your candidate in. So you have the boxes for the running candidates, but you can actually write your own candidate's name in. That is perfectly legal in this country. And it's funny because in 2012, I actually did that because I could not vote. Oh my God. I'll never forget that. I was just like, I can't do this. I can't do Mitt Romney. Can't do Romney. Oh God, no. And on the same side of that, there's no way in hell I'm voting for Barack Obama. Okay, that's not happening. The Green Party is a bunch of, wow, can't even consider that. Just on the off chance that everybody else might be thinking that way.
Socialists.
I think I literally put the thing in. I put Minnie Mouse. Minnie Mouse. I wrote in Minnie Mouse. I threw my vote away, but I voted. I did my duty as a citizen. But I would not vote for Mitt Romney. I think that he's another one. Can't stand him. I really can't stand him. And I couldn't vote for Barack Obama because I knew Barack Obama was not what he was representing himself to be. And it was the same thing actually with Mitt Romney. They both were not who they said they were. And their history said that. It wasn't their words at the podium. I don't care about what these guys say during their debates. I don't care how they debate. I don't care about any of that. What I'm looking at is, historically speaking, what have your actions been up to this point? And like I said, with Obama, I'll never forget that when he was running and they were literally, I mean, his second term, they literally were, they actually went into a place in, I think it was New Mexico. It was a radio station, and they shut it down. Like, he had the FBI go in and shut it down. Why? Because they were questioning his birth certificate. And it was their questions were valid. The questions about his birth certificate, 100% valid, guys. There's a lot to it. And yet, he sent the FBI in there and shut that station down completely because they questioned it on the air. That is not a republic. That is definitely not a democracy. I am so sorry, folks. You can define it however you want. That is wrong. I mean, these are U.S. citizens. They're professionals. They've done research. They have a right to question it. And that day that happened, I remember saying, oh, we're in trouble now. Because that is limitation of freedom of speech. That's a huge First Amendment violation. And it wasn't like it was nasty stuff that was, intentionally and flagrantly untrue. There are questions as to the authenticity of his birth certificate, and experts have looked at it and questioned it. So why would we shut down? If it's a genuine birth certificate, why is this a problem if somebody's questioning it? Again, and he's right. Roger is right. It is social engineering to its highest degree, and people started accepting it. Why? Because, again, they've been told that there are these, social warriors. They have to stand up for the little guy, like Barack Obama was somehow a little guy and somehow had, put up with the horrible, horrible things that occurred during slavery. What? His mother was white. His American mother was white. His father did not come from this country, so his family did not deal with slavery. Let's just do common sense. I was like Kamala Harris. It's like, what? Do you people do any research at all as to their backgrounds? Because they are lying to you in a huge way. So again, and that is social engineering. Because as soon as they see a color, that's how racist people are. And I gotta say this, I actually feel sometimes like white supremacists are less racist than the people who sit there and they're white as white could be, and they go out and they do the BLM marches because, hey, they are white people and they're supporting their poor brown and black brothers and sisters. What? Like, they need your support? Like because you're white, it's somehow making a difference to them? That is, to me, more racist than actually a white supremacist is.
Well, just to clarify, real
Right.
black people don't really endorse white people running out and protesting in their behalf. Because like if you really want to talk to a person who knew what they were talking about, listen to Malcolm X.
Yep.
Okay. Now, Malcolm X actually said the most intelligent things back in that day, but he was blocked from universities. He was blocked from freaking protests. He was blocked from, and he said this one thing. He said, "Why would a group of people freaking join the same freaking party that oppressed them for well over 200 to 300 years?" He says that's a plantation mentality, and they're doing that on purpose because they want to control the black people.
Yep.
And that was the most intelligent thing I've ever heard him say.
And it's true. The welfare system was set up as what? A control factor. It's, again, it's basically telling them, oh, you're not good enough to go out and get a job that earns money like everybody else. Don't even try. We're just going to give you some money and make you exist in these horrible hovel areas where your children have to basically, work 3 times harder than a normal person. And that includes black and white, because there are black people that grew up in normal, suburbia. They stepped out of the quote unquote stereotype. They expanded. But there are those that still live in those boroughs, and they still depend on the government handout because they're told or led to believe that they can't do any better for themselves. They turn to selling drugs. They turn to doing things that make them money so they can just kind of feel somewhat elevated. It makes me feel horrible. Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that we did this to an entire group of people. And, we did it to the American Indians. We've done it to the black population. We did it to the Chinese. It didn't work too well on them. I think they're just too smart, and their civilization's too old. They just saw right through it, and they just kept chunking on and knocking things out. And, the discrimination against the Chinese only lasted for a pretty short period in our history. They did it to the Irish. I can name groups. They did it to the Italians.
I blame it on the English.
Yeah.
And the French people too. I can't keep the French out because French people are horrible people, and they eat horse meat. So
that makes them horrible. I was going to say a lot of South Americans eat horse meat.
Anybody who eats horse meat has French lineage. That's just a known fact. Like, if you eat horse meat, there's a good chance you have French blood in you. And
I couldn't eat horse meat. But, it's just one of those things where you just really, even like today, okay, so questioning narratives. I saw an article today where they're coming out like this is some grand revelation that apparently the Atlantic current might be stalling. And that could be why we're seeing all these weird, trippy weather patterns, because apparently, the global warming thing, told you all that wasn't working for them. Idiots. But now it's the Atlantic current is stalling. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that's happened before. It's not the end of the world, because that's what they're kind of talking like. It's going to end the world. It's like, no, okay, let's talk about the Little Ice Age. Let's talk about, that type, the Irish potato famine, the French Revolution, the actual evolution of absinthe. Why did absinthe come into being? Absinthe came into being. Why? Because of a blight that was caused by drought on the grapevines in France. So the farmers wanted alcohol, so they invented an absinthe. True story. But what was the blight caused by? It was caused by drought. What was the drought caused by? The drought was actually caused by a stalled Atlantic current. The same thing with the French Revolution. What caused the French Revolution? The people were starving. Why were the people starving? There was a drought. Same thing with the Irish potato famine. I could just knock it out piece by piece. All these huge movements that caused all this migration and chaos. I could put it back to the stalled Atlantic current.
You're going to have all these liberals say, well, they were all caused by man-made climate change.
Yeah. See, that's why they don't talk about the fact that the current stalled once before that we know of. And how do we know that? Because the ship's logs.
Absinthe is a mystical brew that was created by the esoterics So
Absinthe was
let's
actually look up the real history. Look up
it-
why
it-
French
it's-
farmers created absinthe.
it's very it goes all the way back. It started actually in Egypt. It's a very potent elixir. Like the stuff that you get now in the store, that's a joke.
Well,
Absinthe.
that's the stuff we're talking about. The stuff that the French farmers came up with
But-
because
but-
they could
yeah.
not. They had no grapes.
Bunch of
I
French
think
people.
in France it's still legal to have wormwood absinthe. In Britain, wormwood is a controlled
We have
substance.
we have a real watered down version
Yeah.
of it that you can buy at liquor stores here, and I know you can still get absinthe in Italy. Because I have family that's gone over to Italy, and they're like, "Rah!"
Mhm.
But it's kind of like grappa. The Italians do really good with their liquor. They really do.
Well, they have the closest to the original that you
Yep,
can get.
yep.
And
But with that, guys, I got to wrap it up. I got to Marcus doing the finger. See his fingers going? Mark, get your finger off your nose. I got to wrap it up. Join us again next week, guys, for the Vixen's Vault. Same bad time, same bad channel. And hopefully, we haven't put a nuclear hole in the earth somewhere. And, people are still around. I wouldn't mind seeing a few more certain individuals maybe not make it till next week. That wouldn't bother me, in politics especially. But it looks like things are finally moving in the best direction. I guess that's the sum of the show. We're finally starting to see things go the right way. The U.S. Senate actually voted down the merger of Israeli intelligence into the U.S. military. That was huge. That, I'm out of here, guys. Have a great week. We'll talk to y'all again next Wednesday.
All right. We got a few more minutes here, and
Then why were you giving me the finger?
because I don't want us to get cut off either. All right.
Radio.
Because I know
It
how
went from the finger
sometimes we
wagging.
drag, and I still have to. I still have to
Well, when
get
I
us
saw your
cleared.
finger go up your nose, I was like, we
I-
have no time. Great.
I did not put my
They've
finger up
said
my
1
nose.
minute.
You
They
did
said-
put your finger up
No,
your
I
nose.
didn't.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did.
No,
Go
I
watch the
didn't.
video.
I had it on my nose and on my chin.
Like,
Uh-huh.
I'm sweating, Nancy.
Right.
You're cute, Nancy. Nancy, get off the air. What are you doing, Nancy?
Yeah.
You're killing me, Nancy.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
killing me.
Kicking and grinding.
I know all of your finger movements, Mark. I have been worked with you for how many years now? And at least now I'm watching your video, so yeah. Literally, like I see his hand just start like shaking at the keyboard, like he's getting ready to. He's like loosening it up so he can start wagging his finger.
Oh my god.
It's like, let me get the arthritis out. Wait, hold on a minute. Up. Okay, 1 finger wag, 2 finger wags, 3 fingers up in the air wagging. Yeah. I love you, Mark.
I love you too.
I miss Vicky. We didn't have Vicky last week or this week.
Yeah, she's gonna be a grandmama, or she is a
I
grandmama.
saw that. No, she's got an ultrasound. U.S. is ultrasound.
Oh,
So that means, yeah.
Let's get
All right,
ready.
folks. We're going to head over tomorrow, and he's doing some gaming over there if you're on Kick. So stay tuned and go ahead and give him some support. And I'm going to get on out of here for the night.
Good night, gentlemen. I love you.
We love you
Later.
too, Nan.